the Six Screens Telenetwork, earning the reputation of giving all the right ingredients, uninhibited in exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society.
And now, the end is near.
Well, hello, everyone, and welcome in tonight. We have a special program tonight. I know you're really going to enjoy it. Friends, I have to tell you, when I was one of Jehovah's Witnesses, I always had the feeling that there were brothers drinking in the Kingdom Hall. I could smell alcohol on the breath, and, I would cut them slack. At times I thought maybe it's just mouthwash. But tonight, we are going to be talking about alcohol use in a watchtower. And we've got so many things to talk about. We are going to have a lot of people coming in because I know a lot of people have got this on their mind. So by all means, join us tonight if you can. We really would appreciate you calling in. I see so many people already listening in. We got numerous people coming in on all of our platforms. We're on 10 platforms right now, but this program is well promoted, and it makes sense. It really makes sense. This watchtower is so tyrannical, it's so mind controlling that people have lost it, and people have resorted to drinking because of being involved in the watchtower. Well, let's bring on our guest. Let's bring on, first of all, our guest, Eric. He is the host of the program tonight. He has a program called Awakening After the Watchtower. That's the name of this program. Eric, talk to us.
Hey, buddy. It looks like we might have a decent amount of callers, and I hate to do this to you. What do you think? Should we restart the phone lines?
Well, we started at 4:45. I'll tell you what. If the phone lines go down, we'll adjust it then. Okay. If the phone lines go down, we'll take it from there and we'll readjust it then. I think it might be better doing that way. Okay. I don't want to lose I don't want to lose the people because we got so many people listening in already. So if the phone lines go down, friends, what we do here at the Six Screens, our phone lines are only available for 6 hours. Then they shut it down. Then we have to restart it. So if you're listening to the program tonight and for some reason it goes off, don't worry. We will restart it. So we'll do that. Okay.
Well, thank you, Rick.
Okay. Let's bring on Angela and Dan. Make sure we can hear them. We can hear Angela and Dan. They already said, oh, fine. So they're there. We got Dick and Constance. They're on our telephone line. So let's drop out. And, I'm going to drop out of the scene here. And Eric, go ahead. You kind of take the program and take the bulls by the horn and run with it. Yeah.
All right. Hey, how you doing, Dan and Angela? Good to see you. Good to see everybody.
You look good.
We're doing good.
You guys do too. I like the background.
Yeah.
It's my personal bar. That's the only bar I can go near now. It looks
like it could be Toni Morris's bar.
Yeah, I was 40 years into it. So I was 40 years an alcoholic. So I haven't touched it. How many years now? 18?
18, yeah.
18. And I was an alcoholic before the witnesses. I was an alcoholic during the witnesses. And then I was an alcoholic after the witnesses. And what's interesting, Eric, and the reason, we talked about this in the show and Constance and everybody was, I didn't know I was an alcoholic. In the Kingdom Hall, I didn't know anybody in my hall who ever got disfellowshipped. I even went to the brothers one time and said, hey, we really overdid it last night. And the presiding overseer said, is this a judicial matter, Brother Clark? And I said, what? He said, is this a judicial matter or is this just the Budweiser blues? And I went, oh, my God. He did not want to talk about it because we went camping and we all drank. And I just think it's interesting. And the reason I'm glad we're doing the show is it's something that nobody talks about. We can't talk about it. It's something that's killing a lot of people. It almost killed me. It's killing my daughter. It's killing her husband. It killed my dad's father at a real young age. It's killed a lot of people that I know. And nobody can talk about it. It's taboo. For whatever reason, it's taboo. We didn't talk about it in the hall. I never knew anybody who got disfellowshipped. So, I hurt for the brothers. I'm hurt that everybody has to stuff it. Nobody has the damn courage to go up.
So you never knew anybody that got disfellowshipped for alcoholism?
No.
I've known one person, one person in my Kingdom Hall. I also know Desiree, someone on Desiree's side, I think. But anyways, one person in the Kingdom Hall got this fellowship for alcohol. She was drunk at the Kingdom Hall,
Well, that would
and
be.
it was like over and over again. She was always on the vodka bottle and driving, and
Oh,
they bounced it for that. That's the only time I've seen it. Like I was telling you on the phone, there was an elder that served in his 20s all the way up to his 40s for a long time, drinking the whole time. He's an alcoholic. He's got to have a drink by noontime. He gets up at like 4 in the morning, and then I think they
wow.
get off at 12, and then he starts, and he doesn't stop really. But he's one of those guys that's a happy drunk, and he does a good job of hiding it. And he'll start to get messed up, and then switch to maybe a brandy, and it has a little sugar in it, and he gets a little jig in his step. But they made an ultimatum for him that he either would get removed as an elder or quit drinking. So he chose removed as an elder, which I probably would have chose that too.
Wow.
But there was a lot of I know talking to some of the friends, not everybody has seen the alcohol problems. But I saw a lot of it in my Kingdom Hall. Well, in Rhode Island, everything's clustered together. The state is from one end to the other is an hour and a half, so everybody kind of knows everybody, and it's a drunk town for sure, or congregations. There was one instance where we had a wedding, and I'm just going to say what it was. It was a ghetto wedding. A friend of mine and his wife, they didn't have any food, just hors d'oeuvres, and there was booze as far as the eye could see, spiked punch, tons of wine at the table, beer. Everybody was smashed. Even the old sisters that were like in their 70s and 80s couldn't drive home.
Wow.
And it wasn't so much that was an extreme situation because nobody was eating, you know what I mean? And there was just so much booze. But it was that mentality that they all had. So then this happened in a compound where a bunch of Jehovah's Witness family all live in homes off the water. It's all their property, and they live all near each other. And the presiding overseer lives there, an older man, and he banned alcohol from all gatherings from that point. And they were upset because somebody put an empty vodka nip in their mailbox, and it was me and a friend of mine.
That's terrible.
I know, right? But then we what ends up happening? Well, all the people that drink, when we go to gatherings, they're pouring it in, like I told you, in the ginger ale cans, emptying it out and just hiding it like they're 16 years old all over again from the elders.
You guys
And,
are pretty creative.
Yeah, they do get creative, I guess. And there was a mentality like you could have your last drink an hour before you went to the meeting. I saw a lot of alcohol. My uncle is an alcoholic, and I think a lot of it comes from abuse, and it also comes from just the daily grind of being a Jehovah's Witness is too much, and then you can't have something innocent like a little pot to come off the day, and then you take a hard drink, and then like my father, he's not like an alcoholic, but he drinks every day. And especially when he was an elder, he was really hitting it when he would go to judicial committees. It's just kind of the not lifestyle. Well, yeah, it's kind of the way it's set up. At least where I was, alcohol was just a really, really big thing. It's almost like it's the only thing that you could do, you know. And I think also we were in a very Rick was talking about judgment. We were in a very judgmental congregation, my wife and I. And that'll make you drink too, you know. I wasn't drinking heavy back then, and it wasn't until 8 years ago that I started to be an alcoholic and have problems with my apostasy trial. And I've tried to quit several times, and I'm 8 days sober right now, and I'm trying to hang in there. It's for my health and just to live a better life. But this is what Watchtower has done to us, Dan and Angela. They've hurt us. They've hurt a lot of people. I know I'm not the only one. I know there are people that drink their pain away. I've known people that have basically killed themselves on alcohol and drugs. From Watchtower, this guy Don Roderick, he got disfellowship 4 times. I mean, imagine coming in and out, seeing your family, not seeing your family that many times. It's got to be really hard. And so I understand your story too. It just
I
kind of,
don't-
they almost teach it to you. It's like it's part of their like tradition or custom. And tonight is proof. All these drunken Bethelites.
Yeah, I don't think, Eric, we understand, the trauma that we've been in. Like you said, the family, the world's going to end. You're never doing enough. I mean, you were under tremendous pressure where we were PTSD and didn't know it. We were, I mean, we waited, then we were lied to, then we had to go into split mind. Oh, we didn't say it was going to end in 75. Oh, okay. And your soul knew that they said that, but your mind said no. They said no, so it was no. And you've done that over and over. I did it in 75, generation prophecy. So my mind got all twisted up. But what I want to say, Eric, was, and Connie and Rich, is, I was just a weekend drinker. I was a weekend drinker, and it was killing me. But it was killing me financially. I was buying enough booze. I'd buy $300 worth of booze on the weekend. I wanted to make sure people had their Michelobes and their lights and their white and red wine and liquor and 2-3 kinds of liquor, vodka and bourbon. And, I loaded it up so everybody would have a good time. But it's amazing that I was never, ever disciplined. I had big parties at my house. And after Watchtower, what's interesting is how I found out I was an alcoholic. And this is sad to say. After I left Watchtower, I was out with the world, right? Drinking and just doing my normal thing. And I was keeping up with the world. I was like, shooting them down. I could drink a fifth. I was putting them away. And then what happened was some people called me a drunk. They said, man, you got drunk last night. I said, don't ever say that again. I never got drunk. What are you talking about, drunk? I never got drunk. And I was drunk. They were like, well, you were stumbling. You were stumbling your words. And they were free. The world was free, to call each other drunks and hungover. I never used any of that. So finally, I had my spiritual teacher. She came up to me and said, I wish you'd go to AA with my husband. He's an alcoholic. And I thought, why the hell would I go to AA? What do you want me to go there for? She said, well, just go there and listen in. So I went there and listened in, and I heard the guy give a talk, and every damn story was mine. I wrecked my car. I lost my job. On and on and on. And I thought, oh my God, that was my first glimpse at, could I possibly be an alcoholic? Like, holy shit. And then I meet Angela. This was later after I lost my home. I shouldn't go into everything on here that I got into, but I lost my home. I lost everything. I crawled into a window of a foreclosed home. I had an escort girlfriend for a while. On drugs, on crack. I was really, really rock bottom, and I crawled into the window of my house.
It was foreclosed.
That was foreclosed. They had a chain through my front door. There was nowhere to go to the bathroom. I broke out the window. There were flies everywhere, no running water. And right there, I said, man, what have I done? What have I done to myself? I wasn't blaming God, and I didn't blame Watchtower. And I want to just make a note of that later about blaming Watchtower. Watchtower can kiss my ass if they're going to be the last chapter of my fucking life. And that's what I said. I'm going to get on my feet. I'm not going to be a goddamn victim to Watchtower. I'm not going to let Watchtower tell me, that was the end of Dan. He was a pig returning to the mire. That's the end of him. He was just what we thought he was. Shit, no, man. When I met Angela, after I lost all my shit, we did a television show, and it was called, Are You Too Crazy for God? And the lady asked some shit questions, She was like, so you're an alcoholic, and you've been with prostitutes, and you did this, and you did that. And the lady looked at Angela on television, on a 1-hour television show.
It was a half an hour in, and then she finally turns to me. Yeah.
Yeah, she looks at Angela and says, why'd you marry this guy?
Or how could you accept a guy that's done so many bad things?
Yeah.
She's pretty forthright.
She was pretty forthright. After I said it, the guy that was running the projector says, hey, dude, I've done the same shit. And I was like, wow. And here's what's cool about it. That transparency that me and Angela did was the most watched television show on 3ABN, which is 3 Angels Broadcasting Network, that they ever watched, because it was real shit. because people will talk about their stuff. And that's the problem with us. A lot of us, we won't talk, we won't share, we stuff it, we fall apart, we fall apart on our own. Well, when I
Well,
met
Watchtower almost forces you to be an alcoholic because they will disfellowship you if you go to AA.
oh,
All
good
right.
point. Good point.
Interesting.
Well,
And when I told that to the AA group, they all kind of gasped. They were like because they couldn't believe that something's such a good program that was Christ and God orientated would be like a shunning
Offense. Yeah.
offense to them. They were just so shocked by that. They're like, how do you get better?
Yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
oh, you're fine.
Just adding that.
When I met Angela, I couldn't put sentences together. Me and Angela would go out to the customers and I'd start talking and I'd completely forget where I'm
Trying
at.
to win a job, okay?
We're trying to win a job, and I'd go, and Angela goes, she would finish my sentences. I couldn't put sentences together.
It was terrible. I thought, what is wrong
I-
with you?
Now I'm going to tell you something. If your mind has been damaged by alcohol, it can come back together. I'm not shitting you. I had a guy. He was a kind of a wild guy. He was like a Zen Buddhist, hair down to his ass, guns all over him. He says I deal with you people all the time. He said I just got done pulling an arm out of a guy's ass that was screwing himself. I just got done talking to a pilot that flies drunk. I just got done talking to a guy that mooned his people at a Christmas party because the executive decision part of his fucking brain was gone. And the guy told me this. I said, well, I'm going to write a book. And he goes, you're a damn drunk. That's what the guy told me. I'm like, what a jerk, you know? He goes, you're a drunk. When you get sober, you'll write some damn books. He said, but right now you're a drunk and I'll help you overcome it. And he said, I will make you this promise. And I said, what is it? He says, every day you continue to drink, you're going to go down the tubes. You're going to forget to pay your damn bills. You're going to do stupid shit over and over and over and over. He said, but I'll make you a promise and I'll help you. And I said, what's that? Every day you don't drink, you're going to get better and better and better and better. And you'll write those damn books. This guy met me in the bar. He brought me, what was it? Tonic and lime. He said, just drink this shit. You'll fit in with everybody else. You'll probably get kind of a natural buzz just being in the environment. And I did. He gave me some brain stuff to put my brain back together that they gave to the space shuttle astronauts. My sentences started coming back together. He said I was about 6 months away from holding up a sign saying I'll work for food.
Yeah.
So, you know, guys, I watch a lot of people, even on Rick's show. I watch a lot of people on here stumbling around. I know they got a bad problem. I'm not trying to be like self-righteous or I'm above them because I'm not. But alcohol can become a damn disease. And nobody talks about the disease of alcohol. It's progressive. Why the hell do you think the liquor stores get bigger and bigger? Here in Boise, they used to be bigger. Now they're kind of like a small supermarket. In Denver, they're like a Walmart. I mean, they're massive, and it's crazy. Now, I'm not saying I don't want to, Eric. I don't want to say all alcohol is bad and people that have a glass of alcohol with their wives.
So, for some of us, it's poison.
Right.
It's poison. That's a great word. It's poison for me.
Some people can take a little tiny bit and not have it affect them. This isn't us judging it. It's to help people that have the problem, you know. And because Watchtowers created this problem, and how else are we supposed to heal if we don't talk about it?
Yeah, right.
Like if I could say, like, there was a guy who was a Jehovah's Witness. He was an elder. He, I think he even pioneered. He did the RBC work. Very well respected. But there was a really big issue with him and his wife. He didn't know that she was raped, and it caused, like, before they were married, and it caused major issues in their marriage. And he left with another woman, and that he fell in love with a worldly woman, and she died 6 months later of cancer. And the guy went to alcohol and drugs, and he whittled himself away. He was a master carpenter, Dan and Angela and Rick. This guy was an ex-Jehovah's Witness, master carpenter. His brother was an elder too. He's been on my judicial committees, and they're both good carpenters. And by the end, when I saw him at a bar several years ago, and he couldn't nail two boards together anymore. He kind of just lost it, you know. Someone with so much talent, and he ended up hanging himself. And the last thing that he told me was go back to Watchtower. And I wasn't awake enough. I was a physically out, mentally in at the time, my first disfellowshipping. And now I just wish I could have, I wish I knew the truth about the truth and could have said, hey, live your life. Don't think that, because he said he was the happiest when he was with Watchtower, and that's not the case. It's just he had unfortunate circumstances that he didn't know how to deal with without alcohol. And like Dan's saying, if you just keep doing it, it'll send you down a destructive path.
Hey, Eric and Dan and Angela, let's bring on Dick, Boogie, and Constance.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
they're on with us. Hello, Dick, Constance.
Hey guys.
And the audience.
Hi, guys.
Yeah, just a couple of thoughts. Yeah, I just wanted to mention a couple of things that Dan had, alluded to. One thing is that we speak kind of negatively towards a lot of elders because there are a lot of elders that aren't in the congregation to help people. They're just in the congregation to dominate. But there's a lot of good elders and really want to do well by their congregations. But the pressure they are on, they get phone calls all day and all night. My brother watched an R-rated movie, and you brothers better do something about it. They get everybody's problems put on their shoulders, and they have their own problems. So what do? They drink. I mean, how do you get away from those problems? I worked for a remodeling company, and the only one that could get a job for that company, you had to either be an elder or a ministerial servant. And on Wednesdays, with non-meeting night, we had what we used to call a business meeting. Well, when I first got into the company, I found out how they do a business meeting. They put a mug on the table, and each brother got a pitcher of beer. Now, in Massachusetts, if you knock down 2 beers in an hour's time and you drive a car, you can be arrested for a DWI. And every Wednesday night, we drove home, at least drank 1 pitcher of beer. Some even had 2. So it's a problem. We had an elder in my congregation who told me one time, just between me and him, he's dead now, so I don't think it matters, but that he had a habit of drinking a Black Russian every night before he went to bed. And nobody knew that he had a drinking problem. He didn't even know that he had a drinking problem, but he had to go into the hospital. I guess he had stones, and they were going to have an operation. And when he was in the hospital, he didn't get any alcohol, no Black Russians. He had the DTs. They had to postpone the operation, till he got his sugar down and he got his, the DTs went away, and he was an alcoholic.
Jeez.
And nobody knew it.
Man.
What are DTs? What are DTs?
What are DTs?
Oh, delirium tremors. That's what happens when your body used to have an alcohol in it, and then you remove the alcohol from the person. It's called delirium tremors.
Oh yeah, that when you shake. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. And there is a solution to that. And I know the Watchtower does not want anybody to go to AAA, Alcoholics Anonymous. And if you go, you can be disfellowshipped for that. Their stupid reasoning is that they're going to be talking about God as the higher power, but they're not going to mention his name as being Jehovah. So you can't go, which is ludicrous. That's a tool.
It's the world.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And it's going to the world for your counseling as opposed to the kingdom,
Well, exactly right. You go into the world. You're supposed to go to the elders. But the irony of this is you go into the elders that are drinking themselves. It's the calling the kettle black. But a little bit more on the AA thing. The AA is a tool that you can use that is going to help you beat alcoholism. Once you're alcoholic, you're always alcoholic. But AA will help you. But the greatest power, the greatest help you're ever going to get, they'll talk about it a little bit at AA, is the power of prayer. In my former church that I went to, we had what's called life groups. And they had groups for people that were homosexual, bisexual, on drugs, trying to beat cigarettes, and pedophilia. It is thought that if you are a pedophile, you can't beat that. Well, prayer moves mountains. If you have anything in your system, in your brain, whether you're addicted to porn or gambling, or like for me, I was addicted to sports. I had to watch every hockey game, every basketball game, baseball. That just takes up a lot of time. But if you're addicted to something, the very best way out is prayer. Claudia?
Yes, I was going to say, thank you guys for having this topic. I don't know of anyone who has not been affected with alcoholism, whether it's their own issue or family members or a friend. I'd like to just share one experience. I grew up with a mother who was an alcoholic. I have lots of cousins, family members that are alcoholics. But I think the one experience I'd really like to share with you is a former boss of mine. His name was Phil McGinnis, one of my favorite bosses ever that I worked for. And when I had the job interview, this was at SFO, I got the job. He was just a lovely person. But he said, do you know what this chip is? It was a little chip. I didn't know what it was. And I said, no, I really don't know what it is. And he said, I have a drinking problem. And he says, I've gone to AA and I've been clean and sober for like 10 years. And I said, oh my goodness, how wonderful. Well, Phil was so incredible that I went to an AA meeting with him in the, when we go at lunchtime. I've been to AA meetings, Al-Anon meetings, and all that. But I just want to share this story with you about Phil. Phil's still alive today. And I said, I'm curious to know, Phil, what caused you to go to AA and get some help? He says, well, I'll tell you my story. He said, I've been married a couple of times. I've had several divorces. I've lost a couple of homes. He said, I've lost my children. He said, I've gone through a lot. And he says, I know it was my fault because of drinking. But this is the story I want to tell you. So when I asked him, I said, well, what was it that, turned you around? He said, I'll tell you what it was. He says, my very best friend and I, he didn't mention his friend's name, by the way. He said, my very best friend and I, we'd go out drinking and driving all the time. We'd go up in the country. We'd always have an open container. He said it was no big deal. We were best buddies. He said one day his buddy was driving his car, the buddy was driving his own car, and his buddy's wife was in the passenger seat. And his friend is driving the car, and all of a sudden he got in a car accident, and his wife went right through the windshield. And he said when they got to the hospital, the wife immediately was killed. But he said, when I got to the hospital to see my friend, he said, thank God my friend never woke up, because he absolutely loved his wife. And he says, Connie, I'm going to tell you something. Had my friend known that he killed his wife in that car accident, my friend would have never been able to deal with that. And I said, so your friend died? He said, yes, he did. He eventually did die from that accident. But he had killed his wife, not even realizing it because he was so drunk. And Phil said to me, he says, Connie, that could have been me so easily. He said, and that's what woke me up, that I thought, oh my God, I really need to get some help. So, when the thing is, it's like the elephant is in the room, okay? And with Watchtower, you've been around it long enough, and people in the organization, it's like the elephant is right in the room and nobody wants to address it. I mean, we're not just talking about brothers, but we're talking about sisters as well. Okay, I can name 5. I won't name 5, but I know 5 sisters that are out of the organization who are raging alcoholics today, and that's no joke. And the thing is that it is very, very serious. And when you go to these AA meetings, what they teach is, well, you know what? You might not have been in a car accident or killed somebody, or somebody was killed, or you totally lost your house, or you lost your family. And this is the key. Not yet. Okay? Not yet. It's just a matter of time before this happens. So I just wanted to share that. And the other thing is, you know, alcoholics are not bad people. This is not a judgment call. Okay? Alcoholism is a disease. And I want to tell you something. I've been around so much of it with my family and friends. Most alcoholics are very sensitive people. They're very sensitive. But it's like they have a gorilla on their back and they can't get it off their back. And so I'm so grateful we're all having this conversation. If somebody does have a problem, I would really highly recommend to go get some help, because it will take you out. You can become a diabetic from all the sugar and alcohol. You can get cirrhosis of the liver. You can even have a wet brain, you know, which is where you lost it. Your brain is totally wet and you don't have any memory, like having Alzheimer's. So it's never too late. And thank you so much for having this topic tonight.
Hey, Constance, you brought up like people are actually really sensitive that drink, and I wanted to tie something in that Angela could probably relate to, is that I find a lot of people who are empaths are alcoholics too. People who take on other people's energy, who are sensitive to other people's energy fields, and if they don't know how to ground themselves, alcohol is a veil to that. And that can be addiction to itself, because you don't have to take on another person's energy when you have alcohol in you. It literally, my wife recognizes it, and I recognize it as well. But I just thought I would add that to you guys.
Yeah, you know, I just was going to say about the wet brain thing. What Dan saw when he went to that Indian guy, and he was just saying, Dan, do you know what's going to happen to you if you drink like this another year from now? Do you know where you're going to be? I mean, if you've gotten this far and it's taking you this long, you're going to double your consumption every year. So where do you think you'll be in a year? And Dan thought about it. It's like, out on the street. And the guy said, yep, with a sign. You're about 6 months away, actually, Dan. And he was just like horrified. But then he pulled out these pictures, and they had a bunch of brains for the different, how many years you've been drinking kind of a thing. And it had massive holes all throughout the brain. And when I was working at a jail teaching life skills, I saw those same pictures. And Dan told me about them, and he goes, boy, that woke me up. Because he was like, you know, where do you think you're going to be? If you got these kind of holes in your brain now and you double your consumption every year, well, then where are you going to be? And so I didn't know him at that point, but I did work in the jail after I was married to Dan a few years, and I saw those pictures and I just couldn't believe it. And then I realized, that's why when we went to these appointments, Dan's brain wasn't working, because how is all the little, you know, things that go on in the brain going to, you know, all the synapses and all the connections, it can't make the connections. And that's why he would not finish sentences. I had to finish them. He had brain farts all over the freaking place. And I didn't understand that. So it was really cool when I did understand it, because I was able to realize that, oh my gosh, every year he's healing really lightning speed fast. And literally after I was married only 2 years, I'm like, you know what? My husband's a whole different man than I married, an entirely different man altogether. And I was just ever so grateful. And every year he gets smarter and sharper and clearer and more spiritual. And I'm like, wow, just from quitting alcohol. And so anyway, that was touching. And I want to say one more thing. Yeah, I bet you guys were wondering on that show that we were on our TV show called Celebrating Life and Recovery. And then they named the show, Am I Too Crazy for God? They named it that. And anyway, so they went half an hour talking about all Dan's craziness. And then they asked me, what do you think about being married to this crazy bad, you know, like guy who's done all this bad stuff? And I said, you know something? I bet you want to know what I thought. Anyway, what I said was, you know something? And I said with a beam and a joy in my face and my heart, it's like, are you kidding me? I am so freaking amazed at how what an overcomer this guy is. I'm honored to be his wife, honored, because he has just made such an amazing recovery, and I'm in awe, and I honor him greatly. I have no problems with the fact that he's done any of these bad things whatsoever. To me, it's that fact that he overcame. That is what got me, and that's what's important to me. And then we talked about codependency after that. And what's interesting is codependency. That next half an hour we discuss codependency. And what's funny is that a lot of times mothers of an alcoholic will be very controlling and mind manipulating. And so to have an alcoholic, you pretty much have to have the person that helps it keep going, like a hamster wheel. Somebody's got to be involved in all of that to trigger you, to egg it on. I mean, it's a sick cycle, and it takes that codependent person involved in the wheel. There are different people involved, but the codependent is sick as the alcoholic. And when you go to Al-Anon, you learn about, the other side of the alcoholic, which is the codependent. But see, they're propping up the alcoholic. So they work together. And so they're just as sick. Trust me. I was the raging codependent when I met Dan, but my family didn't have well, actually I have a family member who just killed herself almost a year ago now because of alcohol and other things. And I got lots of family members who have alcohol problems, including two of my sons. I believe very strongly that that's very bad going on. But anyway, I don't know absolutely, but I know one for sure. Yes. It's heartbreaking. I forgot where I was going to go with that. The codependency. But I realized I was a raging codependent. And so my family has the major problem of religious addiction. And I didn't even understand about religious addiction, but it's so bad in my family that it makes everybody cuckoo and crazy. And I was codependent as all hell, in a very alcoholic type mother who's very religiously addicted, like no tomorrow, like a drug. There's this book that Leo Booth put out called
When God Becomes a Drug.
Right, when God becomes a drug. You could say when religion becomes a drug, right? So anyway, I just wanted to mention that because you got to have the codependency problem in there to make the alcoholic work. So here, the codependent is going to do this. They're going to be like, okay, well, yeah, they're going to first bug you and beat the heck out of you and make you feel like a fool and an idiot and you're so stupid and whatever else like that. But then when you get drunk, they'll say that you did, and then they're going to say in the morning, you know what, I can't make it to work. I can't make it to work. Will you call in sick for me? And so then she calls in sick, but then moans and groans and complains that she had to do it, and doesn't allow the person to take responsibility, because if they didn't interfere and they just left it alone, say, that's not my responsibility, you need to take care of that, they're going to say, well, then I better not do that again tomorrow, or she's not going to call in for me. So they take responsibility. But see, they're there to be the codependent, to fix everything, and by fixing everything, it keeps the whole thing going. And it's way more complicated than that, but at least you kind of see a little bit and how they work together. It's got to work together. So anyway,
Well,
the denial makes it all worse, doesn't it?
Yeah,
when someone's in denial. I wanted to ask Rick and Dick Borgie real quick to remind them something. I think they told me that because we the three of us, and I don't know if Constance was a witness then or with Dick then, but we all went to the convention in Rhode Island, Providence, Rhode Island, around the same times. And you two guys told me that they used to take shots backstage before they'd go on and do the convention, and they'd have a spread of food and everything. Is that, did I hear that right?
Well, yeah, I'm going to come in here right now. There's Rick at the control panel here. Well, what it is I did know a man. He was he worked in food service at the conventions, and he was an elder, and he was pretty much on the ball. But what they would do is, before the convention started in Rhode Island, they would send him out to the liquor store and buy a number of booze. I mean, I couldn't believe it when he first told me. He said they gave him the money and go to the liquor store and buy booze and bring it back, and we can have that. This is the administration at the convention. Now, that really boggled me. I didn't believe it at first, but then as I talked to him, there was no reason for him to make this up. He was a big wheel as far as food service was concerned, and that's what he did. and he said emphatically that they said that you could have a couple of drinks just to loosen up a little bit before you got on stage, and that wouldn't be a problem. But don't drink too much. So I called him the booze overseer. But I mean
I could picture the guy making the booze run, listening
Yeah.
to the Beastie Boys. You got to fight for your right to party.
Well, I mean, I know this. I know there's people listening in here tonight. Eric and Dan and Angela and Connie and Dick. They're not going to believe that story, but I believe it. I really do.
I believe it because of the people that I know in Rhode Island, and
Yeah.
there was an elder. This guy was the biggest pain in the ass to everyone. He's perverted in my opinion. And just in everyone's business, but he was a very weak man. If you stood up for yourself, he'd back right down. And this guy, he'd pick on the women's blouses. He'd pick on everything. And we all knew he drank, but we didn't know he was a semi-alcoholic. This guy went so far to find sin in my friend's house that he broke in his house. He convinced the landlord to use the key illegally to search. And he found softcore porn, Girls Gone Wild, And meanwhile, while this guy is doing all these things, he stumbled his sister out because she had a tight blouse on. It's not her fault she had a body. He would ask baptismal questions. Do you masturbate?
Oh,
I mean, the guy is just out of his tree.
oh,
So, well, this is his fate. John Brayton, this guy that's in everyone's business, this guy that he was called the hairy arm because he had a very hairy arm, and he'd come and counsel you and put it over your shoulder. So that was literally his nickname. Well, this guy had a bad fate. He became a hardcore raging alcoholic, like one from functional to just don't give a shit anymore. And he drank port wine, and he would pass out. He got disfellowshipped, reinstated, and they immediately disfellowshipped him again because he's always just passed out drunk. And he blew his liver out, got cirrhosis, killed himself, didn't want any help, left his wife with nothing, and lost the house. And this guy's telling people what to do with themselves, guys. And that's why I think this subject is such a. I know not everybody has stories like that, but geez. And he was an elder. You mean to tell me that some elders don't feel guilty of disfellowshipping people, being in their business as years go by? The guy's in his 70s and he's thinking about all the things he's done. Who wouldn't be hitting the liquor,
Yeah.
Well, Eric, let's just focus on one thing here. Why is it? I mean, this program's all about alcoholism or alcohol in the Watchtower. So let's focus on the fact that why is it that many Jehovah's Witnesses drink? What would be the reasoning behind this?
I'll give a quick answer and leave it up to everyone else. I think people can't handle with something that's so unnatural. This isn't Christ-like. It's not biblical. It's Pharisaical, and we can't cope with it.
Yeah, I have to agree with that myself. This is Donald. It's kind of like, I guess if you want to compare Watchtower to the Vietnam thing, it's kind of like when you go through so much trauma, as it was Vietnam, like my father went through. He was a rip-roaring alcoholic, when I was little. And every time he came home from Vietnam, he drank and drank and drank. And I guess the reason why witnesses do that is they're trying to cope with, like you said, sir, the unbiblical stance that Watchtower takes just because they want to control people just so they can make more money. It's basically a big money grab. That's all it is. They want their money. They want to have, they want to get their charitable status back in Norway. They want to, and even in Japan, Japan's going after them as well. And it's really sad to see because they claim to be God's religion. They claim to be the only true religion, but yet, all this stuff's going on with them, and they're the ones that fall for it.
Can I just say something?
It's a great comment.
Yeah, it is a really great comment. I just think that it's so easy actually to have happen because, like for me, my husband was, living with somebody else, and it was I didn't understand it. I couldn't face the reality of what was happening, and so I remember I was in the mountains by myself, and where the house that we built, and my husband had gotten a gift from somebody for, it was heavy duty, I don't know, Jim Beam, I think it was. And so I had a shot of that, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that just took away all the pain. And I remember my kids told on me, Mom, Dad, he's living with somebody else. Dad, Mom drank some bottle that you had, and they took it away. Well, then when I moved down into the city, I started in on a glass of wine, and pretty soon that ended up being a glass of wine every other day, then pretty soon every day. But it would numb the pain. So I would work during the day in pain, but when I got home, sat with my dog, and I'd have a glass of wine, and it became a glass of wine until it started to become 2 glasses of wine at least every other day. And then I'm realizing, oh gosh, I realized it hit me like a ton of bricks. If I keep going down this road, absolutely, I'm going to be an alcoholic. So I didn't let myself drink anymore during the week. I let myself drink on the weekends only. But for me, 2 glasses means I'm pretty far along, because that's my body. Everybody's different. For me, 2 glasses is going to wipe me out. I couldn't drive that way. And that's just my body. But look how easy that was. It was so easy just because I discovered that it numbed my pain. And I almost got caught into being an alcoholic from that. And then I had another temptation, which was a neighbor who liked to drink a lot. And then I had to deal with Dan kind of started complaining that when I drank, I was emotional, like really, I'll be crabby the next day. And I didn't even notice it. And I think that we don't notice how we're acting. And I also think that alcohol causes, people to become doing things that they don't know that they're doing, until the point that they're abusing their children. They're doing all kinds of things that they wouldn't normally do if they didn't have that influence of that alcohol. And they do the most despicable things because they're so highly not themselves. And God bless them, man. I'll tell you what, because I can relate to just a little bit of, alcohol, what it did, and really making Dan's life kind of uncomfortable because he got a crabby wife when I drink. And my neighbor was wanting to drink all the time. So, I don't know. I had to quit. I finally just quit. I'm like, I don't want to be like that. I don't want to cause that kind of trouble to my husband. And he doesn't drink anyway. And it wasn't a problem for him. He could buy it for me and not have a problem. But I'm like, you know what? It's just not worth it. So I haven't drank for over
603. You're on with us. Go ahead, 603.
602?
60. Well, that's 602. Yeah, go ahead, 602.
Hey, I just wanted to ask you guys a question. This is Gilbert. About I put it on the chat section about nightmares. I mean, I never have nightmares. Maybe like once a year, very seldom. But I wonder about the people that drink, like, and the mental health. Did you guys find that your drinking would cause nightmares, and maybe you're afraid to sleep? Does it affect your health in that way?
Hey, Gilbert. I saw you in the comment section. I wanted to touch on that. I've had nightmares my whole life. I don't know what it's connected to. Maybe just trauma. But like my teeth, when I chew, they all turn to glass, and it's like I don't know. It freaks me out. But when I'm heavy drinking, I don't remember my dreams as much. I don't know. I'm sure everyone's different with their brain chemistry. But I sometimes have a hard time remembering my dreams, but I've always had nightmares.
Hey, Gilbert, I got a thought for you, Gil. When you drink a lot, you open it's a portal for the demons to get into your brain. Yeah. If you're getting nightmares, very, very good chance that those nightmares come from a demon or Satan himself.
Thank you.
You know what I'd like to say to Gilbert? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say one thing about alcohol itself. It's a depressant. It's not an upper. It is an absolute depressant. So when people are drinking on a regular basis, it's like this dark cloud is over their psyche mentally. And that's just exactly how alcohol is. People I've been around that were serious alcoholics, no matter what time they started drinking, say if they started like 9 o'clock in the morning, okay, once they had the first drink, they had to keep drinking all day long. until they either passed out or until, they fell asleep. But sometimes people will, if they have insomnia issues, which, Watchtower can certainly have a part with that, they can drink themselves like, well, I think I'll have, some drinks so that I can finally get to sleep. You'll see that going on as well. But the problem with alcohol is it is a depressant. And I'm all into nutrition. I always have loved that field. And you take the B complex vitamins. It's incredible for your whole nervous system. Your central nervous system is your brain. So, if you eat properly and you get your rest and have a healthy diet and you get your rest, which is really critical to your quality of life, those B vitamins and a good multivitamin can really make a big difference with your mental outlook. But alcohol itself is definitely a depressant. It doesn't matter what kind of alcohol. It doesn't matter what you drink as far as any kind of alcohol. It's all a depressant.
Yep.
Well, I just wanted to go ahead, Dick, then I want to come back in. Go ahead, Dick.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Rick. Alcohol, they call it spirits, and they call it spirits for a reason. The question the audience has to ask itself is, these spirits, are they good spirits or bad spirits? I can't think of any real good thing that ever happened from drinking alcohol. And there's myriads and myriads, thousands of scenarios where alcohol has ruined lives. So just keep that in your mind, that if you drink a lot, it can be a portal for bad dreams, and also can be a recipe for ruining your health in an early death.
And making you do things you don't want to do, like abusing someone, raping someone, all kinds of weird things.
You're having blackouts.
Yeah.
A lot of times alcoholics will have blackouts. They don't even remember what they said or done. I mean, that's what alcohol can do when it's very excessive. They're known as blackouts.
All right. I just wanted to come on here for a second and just say this. I mean, we have a lot of people listening to the program tonight. In fact, thousands of people will be listening in. But, this isn't a condemnation on all alcohol.
Agreed.
I want to make that very, very clear. Alcohol excessively is bad, but in moderation, or if a person likes to drink a little bit of whiskey or have a couple of beers, we're not condemning that. I mean, some people can't handle it. I understand, but there are people listening at this program tonight that we don't want to paint a picture that if you have a drink, you are an alcoholic. That's not necessarily the case. There's plenty of people that relax. It's very good for the system, the circulation system. So I just want to make that clear that, if a person drinks excessively, obviously that can create an issue. But for a person to relax with a little bit of wine or a little bit of whiskey or a cold beer or two, there's no harm with that. I don't want to paint this picture that, geez, any alcohol is so bad for people. So that's my position on it. And I'm sure there's people that will agree and disagree. But I think at times, in fact, I'll have to tell you the truth. I think that even in my own family, I think if some of my relatives imbibed a little bit, they might have lived a little bit longer. I know many people are saying, what the heck are you talking about, Rick? But, my grandfather, he had a stroke. He never really imbibed. He had a lot of pressure on him. I had uncles that have died. They never imbibed as well. But, I realized that sometimes by relaxing, alcohol can actually make you more relaxed, and it can help your circulatory system. I mean, you can look at it online. I'm not promoting alcohol. I'm not saying go out and get more drinks tonight. But I'm saying that I think sometimes it can be therapeutic. Seriously.
That's a good point, Rick. I was going to say one thing along with that.
I'm glad you brought that up.
At Christmas, we have a lot of liquor here, lots of liquor, and I don't drink. And it's interesting. What would you say the percentages of the people who get drunk and those who just have it for what Rick said?
1%.
1%. Yeah, it's about 1%. I watch about 1% get stoned, literally puking, jumping on your back kind of thing. And then the other ones really enjoy themselves. My mother-in-law, my ex-mother-in-law, my grandmother, they all have a glass of wine and they love it. And the ones who usually overdrink go out in a little chapel we have out back, and they do it up, you know. And I'm going to monitor it more this year because, you know, I've got to be more responsible with that. You know, like it's really working on my daughter and her husband. But I agree. Some people can handle it. They enjoy it. It's good for the heart. Even heart people say a little bit. The Bible says a little bit's good for the stomach. And but unfortunately, I'm like, my mind's blank. Eric said it's poison for me, and I had to come to admit that it about killed me. And thank God I had a strong lady. I just want to say this one little thing about my mentor. Can I share that, Rick, real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
My mentor was a woman, and she was a tough lady. I mean, she was tough. When she walked out in the street, her presence was so powerful, people would run in the house. She had a big red scarf on. She was very wealthy, and people would just scatter. And she wasn't afraid to tell me shit. And I was a tough person. And I said, how the hell did you get so tough? What made you so tough? And she said, Al-Anon. And I said, what the hell's Al-Anon? And she said, oh, that's a place where abused women go. I said, abused of what? And she said, abused women of alcoholics. Alcoholics abuse their wives. And I said, wow. I said, so what they teach us? She goes, well, my husband for 20 years held a pistol to his head and said, I'm going to blow my brains out today. I'm going to blow my brains out today. And she's like, so she would kowtow to him. So she goes to Alcoholics Anonymous and they say, you know, you got to set some boundaries. You got to stand up for yourself. You got to get some support. They went through all the.
Because it was making her crazy.
It was making her crazy. And one day she grabbed that gun and went in the closet and cocked it and said, blow your damn brains out. I'm done with you. Be done. Over.
Just do it.
And the guy looked at her. He looked back at her. And that was the end of his control. That was the end of his abuse. That was the start of him starting to respect her. And she learned that in Al-Anon because I was an alcoholic and I was a tough guy. I would be 1 minute, I'd be walking down the street looking at the birds going, wow, I feel like I'm in Barcelona, Spain. And the next minute, I'd think I'm going to throw that bitch out in traffic who just bumped me. I'm just going to grab the bitch and throw her in traffic. And you know, just touching on what Gilbert said, I just want to say I was pretty bad alcoholic. And, you know, what I want to say was it wasn't about my damn nightmares. My nightmare was when I was awake. My nightmare was when I woke up the next day and realized what I did the night before. Drove over somebody's lawn, destroyed their cars, hit a minor, you know, whatever the hell I did. But anyway, that's it.
Hey, can I say something?
We got to let's go to 540. Come on, you're on with us.
All right.
It's Pixie. I'm just calling to say my name's Pixie, and I used to be a preachaholic. I would love to know the name of the book that Angela had there that she mentioned, because the 12-step program is on YouTube. And even though I don't have a problem with alcohol, I find that growing up as a witness, these principles have helped me.
Yes.
990. Let's see what we got here. Okay, it just appeared. Let's go with 603. Go ahead. You're on with us.
Oh, hi, Rick. Kevin,
Yeah.
New Hampshire. About why do Jehovah's Witnesses drink? My opinion is it's stress. In '84, when I learned the truth, you go to the Sunday meetings. 2 days later, you're Tuesday. What we do this book service? Okay. Then Thursday, you're going to the theocratic school. Then Saturday, you're going out in service. Sunday, you're going to the meeting. And you put in 10 hours as a publisher. Then you have to be an auxiliary pioneer. You're not doing enough. You have to be a pioneer. You want to be saved? You can't be saved. You have to do more hours, more meetings, more hours. Now you got to study too. You got to do all the study, and you're on this, like we've said before, on the treadmill, the hamster on the treadmill, and people get burnt out. And then I hear these stories about people that they disfellowshipped or they left, they just faded. They're like, my life is so much better now. I feel so much better because you were stressed out. You can never do enough to be saved. That's what I have to say about that. I could say more about drinking. I know a young man died in his early 20s. He had stomach cancer, and drugs too are the same. I actually have this experience. A guy offered me marijuana one night. 3 hours later, he was dead. He took a rifle and shot himself under his chin. When I went to work, and someone told me, oh, this guy, he died. He killed himself. It shook me up. It's like I could have done something, but I didn't know, And people, I knew someone that his name was Skippy. He worked at the liquor store, and he was a drunk. He would break the bottles and just write it off on the thing, on the, what do you call it? A write-off sheet that it was broken. But he would pour the alcohol into his flask and drink, and he would be drunk at work at the liquor store. He died too. I think his liver went. It's awful. With Jehovah's Witnesses, I don't know. It's just my opinion. The witnesses are stressed. They are stressed, and they turn to the bottle of alcohol to deal with the stress. It's surprising to know that they do this at Bethel too, but I guess they're stressed big time in Bethel.
Yeah,
so,
I agree.
Yeah.
Well,
What a great comment, brother.
But can I add something to that, Rick?
Thank you, Kevin. Let's just go. We got so many people calling in here. Let's go to 916. Go ahead, 916.
Hi, my name is Michelle. I just want to say thank you to Rick, and also thank you to Constance for reminding me about tonight's topic. I was raised a Jehovah's Witness, and as a very young girl, I remember this other family. They would always invite our family over, and my dad and the other dad, they would always drink, and then, they would laugh. But looking back, I don't want to say they got like super drunk, but like definitely tipsy. And I remember we would always be there a long time. And now I'm thinking back, yeah, we had to stay there a long time so my dad could drive home because my mom didn't drive. Anyways, fast forward, I'm 21. I think I was a fellowship at that time. And I went to a club, drank, got in my car, and I was drunk, but I wasn't like super drunk, you know what I mean? And I went down a one-way street, and the person I was with was like, hey, you're going down a one-way. And then like, I remember that night, and I was like, okay, this is getting out of hand. So that was my first and only time that I ever got in the car drunk, and the last time. And one thing about being raised as a witness, they always talk about being living a double life. Oh yeah, you're one way at the Kingdom Hall, then one way in the world. Well, the way I saw it was the witnesses lived a double life within the Kingdom Hall. Like they would be one way at the Kingdom Hall, and then when they're with their friends and other Jehovah's Witnesses, like they would act just like quote unquote worldly and get drunk. And I saw that with my own eyes, and I was like, wow. Anyways, my brother, he's an alcoholic. He got in an accident. He paralyzed a woman. She's paralyzed for the rest of her life. And you think that right there would cause him to stop drinking, but no, he's drinking. So I have living proof in front of me of what not to do. And I just feel really sad for my brother. He recently got reinstated, but at the same time, he's still drinking. So I'm just like, whatever, you live your life, don't try to preach to me, have me come back to quote unquote Jehovah, because I know it's a cult. I know it's all about, and that's my little story. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Angela, did you want to make a comment? Go ahead, Angela.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what that other gentleman was saying about all the pressure from being a Jehovah's Witness. But beyond that, I can't help but think about, because you guys know I'm not an ex-Jehovah's Witness, I'm ex-Worldwide Church of God, but it's so similar. But, this whole thing about that you have to marry a woman that just pick one, they all have the same part. So it's just a matter of getting married to a woman out of convenience and just waiting for the end, and then never feeling like you're good enough on top of that, because you're so afraid of this, you're so afraid of touching yourself, so afraid of masturbation, so afraid of touching a girl's hand, or you might be accused of whatever. I mean, just so much fear of anything you might do wrong, displeasing Jehovah and everything. And then marrying to a woman that you don't really love because they just told you to get married so out of convenience so that you won't get in trouble. And so it's not out of love. It's just a matter of waiting until the end, and fear of the end. I mean, never having time to keep your life organized because you got this meeting to go to and now that meeting to go to. And it's just so much pressure every which way, and not having a happy love relationship or somebody that you're connected to grow with. And so then there would be marriage problems galore. And and the unhappiness. So yeah, they're going to drink. Duh. So anyway, I just want to add that.
Can I say something?
Hey, honey, it's Desiree.
I just wanted to, like, I had a similar comment that Angela had, and other than all the fear mongering that you're raised with, I feel like one of the things that can lead to alcoholism in the Jehovah's Witnesses is they almost force you to marry young before you're ready to take on that responsibility without getting a proper education. Not everyone gets in the right jobs. They think, well, Jehovah will take care of us no matter what decisions we make, because that's what we're being told. And I feel like that can lead to alcoholism, as well as Jehovah's Witnesses they're stifled. They're not allowed to express themselves, that there's problems within the organization that they see, and they're not allowed to express themselves properly. And when you stifle your emotions and your thoughts and stuff, that can lead to finding other outlets and other ways of like letting go of that intention that you build up inside of yourself. And my father is one of those people that was married at a young age, and he couldn't take the responsibility of a family. He was an alcoholic, and he was a violent one, which isn't typical for everyone, but he was one of those angry drunks. And he, Eric said this before on the show, I don't really comment much. This is one of my rare times to comment. But my dad, he was known as Hurricane Gary from someone in the family, nicknamed him that. And on the slightest whim, if he was drinking alcohol just to cope with his life situation from being a young Jehovah's Witness with a child and a wife that he wasn't ready for, and the stress of being a Jehovah's Witness with all the expectations that they put on you, he was actually a very violent alcoholic. They nicknamed him Hurricane Gary. And what would happen is the smallest thing would trip him off, and he would literally destroy all the furniture, all the dishes and everything. I know that every time that my parents would fight, because of him being a hardcore alcoholic, I would have to go in the room and make sure my mom was still alive when I was a baby. And I had to clean up his mess because he would literally destroy everything in the house. We were always having to buy new furniture. And it's funny because he was actually never disfellowshipped for it, even though he was baptized. And it just goes to show that they don't have a consistent situation with the elders, or they don't have Holy Spirit clearly, because they would ask my mom, that was abused by him physically, like I had to go make sure she was still alive after their fights. And the elders asked my mom what she was doing to make him beat her. And he never got fellowship for it. And I remember him coming into the meetings when I was little, because I was very devout as a child. I made the truth my own as a baby. So even if my parents weren't there, I would be there at the Kingdom Hall. And my dad came in drunk looking for my mom once, and the elders brought me in the back room, and they were asking me questions where my mom was and stuff, but they refused to disfellowship him because they were intimidated by him, because he was such a dangerous person. Anyways, that's just my little story. I won't go into deep detail on it, but thank you everyone for listening. And yeah, I think that it's very stressful for the young people to be forced into these relationships, and I think that they're not being taught a healthy way. Like, maybe the organization could have some resources for these people that are young families, and that's very stressful. And instead, they just put you on a hamster wheel, and they like drain the life out of you like vampires. And that's all I have to say. Thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you so much. Great thoughts, great words.
Thank you, Desiree. Love you, sweetie.
Well, Desiree, that was really good. Thank you very much for speaking up. I mean, I see people writing on YouTube. They love to hear from you, Desiree. So don't you be a stranger. You come back and talk to us again. Thank you for sharing that story.
Thank you so much, Desiree.
Well, we really appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. Well, Michael.
Hey, Rick?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Just a quick thought. This program is designed to warn people of the problems that alcohol can cause. We know that Jesus, at the wedding feast of Cana, he turned water into wine. So drinking isn't wrong, a little drink here and there. It's the abuse of alcohol that this program is designed to wake people up and try to give them a way out. Thanks, Rick.
Well, thank you for saying that, Dick, because that's true. In other words, there's plenty of people, go to any liquor store and you see people walking out with tons of liquor. Not all of those people are like alcoholics. I mean, some just want to relax, but it is a problem. I'm not going to say that it's not. I don't think we should go back to prohibition, but I do think that people should, at least be cautious of it and, stop without going forward with too much. That's my feelings on it,
Yeah.
Hey, Rick, I just wanted to say in the comment section, Jesse Gonzalez made a really good point. Him and his brother Gilbert are both saying that, well, they were elders, right? They're both saying that a lot of the elders' wives were alcoholics, popping wine at 12 at noontime. I'm not quite sure of that. I do know of elders' wives that get socially, tipsy. But I don't know about at home, but I wouldn't be surprised.
You know what, you guys, I can't help but think about, I've been mulling over today and a lot the last couple of days about my sister's death. Her anniversary is of killing herself is just coming up on a year. So, and I hadn't grieved it. So I finally got to grieve it after all this time. But alcohol was one of the main things that was a contributing factor to the whole thing. But, when I looked at her life and everything, and I think about the fact that I've been learning so much about when you were born and the feelings that you adopted at being that you didn't know what to make of, why were your parents rejecting you? And why did they not care for you? Why did they, not make sure that you were being taken care of and leave you with neighbors and just all these kind of factors about what was going on? And you come up with an idea in your head as this little child that, well, I'm not worthy of their love. Well, I'm not good enough. Well, I'm bad. Well, it's my fault. Well, all these things. And we literally, that is our foundation as a person, as a human being. And so we come up with these ideas that we're not good enough, not acceptable, not worthy of love, all these kind of things. And then we act out with that. And some of that was hugely was the reason why my sister ended up going down the heavy road of alcohol and drugs, because of the deep sense of pain, of the severity of what she was going through. It's like one of the Worldwide Church of God teachings is that you don't pick up a child when it's crying. You just leave it lay there and you teach it a lesson that, you don't get attention when it cries. You get attention when you stop crying. Well, my sister, she had, that thing in her stomach, it's not developed all the way. So she's crying and crying. She was not allowed to go. My mom was not allowed to go in there and love on her and nurture her and comfort her. And he made her leave that baby. And I had to lay in my bed listening to that poor, precious baby crying and crying and crying. Imagine just the feeling of that. And my dad, for whatever reason, hated this sister of mine from the moment she was born. And so she felt the rejection from her own father, who abused her later on in life. And I'm not going to say more about that. What a disaster. But she's been through hell and back again. And that set her up for rapings and really bad, horrible husbands. One of them almost killed her. And one thing led to another. And alcohol and drugs was how she could cope with life. And so, some of these things go way back. And when I think about Jehovah's Witnesses and they teach you guys that you're good for nothing slaves and that what you're doing, you ought to be doing. I mean, that teaching alone just pisses me off. When I heard people saying that at this church meeting Dan took me to, and I just about went off the roof. And I'm like, what do you expect people to, come out like if you teach them that? And then another one was your children to be seen and not heard. So our opinions were not valued. We should be silent, especially women, especially girls. And, what does that teach you? You've got creativity at the yin yang, let's say, giftings, and you're told you're just shut up, just mind your own business. You're a girl. You don't know what's good for you. You have no good opinions that we care about. And this is how I was raised. And what do you think that creates? I'm just saying. So that's the foundation, guys, for some of us, a lot of us, and maybe abused sexually, right? My sister Julie was, and those abuses cause you to have a lower self-esteem, and it continues to get worse. And so this is why we go drink. And so we do need to go look at some of the issues from what we grew up in, and then analyze the fact that, oh, my parents were only 16 when my mom got pregnant with me. Oh, my dad was only 18. Oh, they were just kids themselves, and oh, they couldn't even take care of themselves. And you just kind of break it down and realize it was never about me. I didn't do anything wrong. I'm not a reject. There's nothing wrong with me. It wasn't my fault. And you have to literally break down all of that and decide, oh my God, I'm not the problem. I never was.
Was someone trying to call in? I'm sorry, Angela. I don't mean to interrupt.
No, I'm good now.
Well, what we're gonna do here? There's Rick at the control panel, but let's talk about this. I mean, we all have stories. I have stories to tell about Jehovah's Witnesses over drinking. Oh, all of us have a story to tell. But I'll tell a story. Then let's get people calling in and talk about their stories. I remember going to a wedding, and a good friend of mine who was a Jehovah's Witness elder, he drank too much, and he passed out in the parking lot of the arena that we were having the wedding at. And I walked out to go to my car, and sure enough, I see the elder out there, stone cold drunk, passed out in the parking lot. So I didn't know what to do. I quickly ran in, got a couple of my friends that were kind of like on my side. I said, let's lift him up and get him out of here. I brought him back to my house, put him in my bed, and I said, I'm glad nobody really saw him. And the next day he woke up, and, he was concerned about that. He said, did anyone see what happened last night? I says, no, they didn't. I said, we got you out of here. So, it was a problem. You drank too much. All of us have seen so many Jehovah's Witnesses drink too much. So let's bring some people on tonight. Did you have any stories going to a wedding? Did you see elders, even ministerial servants, Jehovah's Witnesses drinking too much? If you did, go ahead. You're on with us now. Let's go with 409. 409, you're on with us. Okay.
Anybody that's the witness that drinks. I don't have anybody in my family that's a witness that drinks. I don't have any witnesses in my family. But I do want to say this, and this is for any Jehovah's Witness, and I'm talking about active witness that is listening. Look, put down the Watchtower, read the Bible. The Watchtower is not biblical. Put it down, read the Bible. You'll find out what the real truth is. That organization is telling you lies. It's causing you to do things you really shouldn't do. And if you're being led to drinking because of the way the Watchtower is treating you, then you need to put that Watchtower magazine down, because that's what it is, just a magazine. Put that down, open your Bible, and find the love of Christ there.
Well, thank you, brother. Let's go to 575. 575, you're on with us.
Yeah, hey Rick, this is Derek, and from New Mexico, and I have a story. My mother, she's a witness, and I'm not saying she's alcoholic, because she's not, but a couple times she did overdrink when she went to the bowling alley, and me and my wife had to pick her up and drive her home because she couldn't drive home, and that was sad, sad to see. And myself, now I was an alcoholic, and it was after my brother's suicide. He was disfellowshipped and then ended his life. And then two years later, I became an alcoholic, and I drank over 20 years, but now I'm 3 years alcohol free.
Yay!
Yes. And thank you. And
awesome.
like the guy said, from area code 409, and then what Angela was saying, I had to get to the core root of the problem, in order for me to quit drinking, and it was for me. I got sober through non-denomination through my church, which is non-denominational. I tried to get sober through AA and NA, but they feel kind of culty, and I wasn't getting nowhere with it. So I was able to rely and go to church, and my faith is what got me sober.
Good for you, brother.
Digging down, right, and digging to the bottom of the problem.
And Angela, what would you like to say to Derek? Angela, say something, Derek.
Yeah, Derek, you know what? I just think it's so amazing that you were willing to go down deep and dig, because that's what nobody wants to do. I remember that I was teaching at this jail, this life skills I told you about. And this one girl, she was just so afraid to say anything, to look at anything, to discuss anything. And what she said is that I'm afraid that if I start talking about it, I'll start crying and I will never be able to stop and I will die. That's what she said. And she wasn't kidding, not in the slightest. She was so deathly afraid to look at things. And so, yeah, Derek, I think you're freaking amazing. And I'm really so happy that you were able to get to the bottom of it. Because when I went to AA one time with Dan, I went as his wife. And I couldn't help but say a little something at the end of it. And it was just like, you guys are not getting to the root of the problem. And you probably ought to also go to Codependent Anonymous, and learn about codependency, because you're just telling your stories over and over and over again, and you're not getting to the bottom of it. And they were so mad, you can't possibly know. It was like I was never, ever welcome in that building again. You can't know the hate. And all I wanted to say was, why don't you get to the bottom of it instead of telling your story over and over and over and over and over every day, the same story? And they just hated me.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And, even recovery teaches, you got to get to the core root of the problem before healing can begin.
No one wants to look there. It hurts too much. It's too painful.
Yeah.
But you got to.
Years. Yeah.
Got to do it. Even if you were raped over and over.
When my dad was in Vietnam, this is Donald Brown 409.
Okay.
When I was in Vietnam, every time he'd come home, my mom never could figure out why he drank. And of course, later on, they got back together after 27 years of divorce.
Wow.
And she finally figured out, he finally told her that the cause of his drinking was Vietnam. It wasn't that he just wanted to go and drink. It's just that every time he came home, he had to go and hit the alcohol bottles because of the stress he was going through over there. I mean, I can only imagine what my dad had to go through in Vietnam with having to possibly shoot kids carrying M16s and stuff. I mean, that would be heartbreaking, knowing that you had to shoot somebody's kid or whatever. And then, being told to do all this stuff while you're over there. My dad got shot twice over there in Vietnam. He was a gunner on a helicopter at one point.
Oh, wow.
So he did all that, and he was an E6 in the Army. And my dad loved the military. He really did. He loved it. He enjoyed it. He got a lot out of it. It was his career. But he retired in 89, I think is when he retired. But, yeah, I was little during the whole Vietnam thing. I was very small at that point. But, yeah, my mom, she divorced him when I was about 4 or 5 years old because she thought he was going to kill us, because of his drinking. But she didn't know back then that what the real problem was Vietnam itself until he told her years later.
Oh, yeah. Well, sorry to hear that. And, one thing you're right, people, anyone listening, you're right. They need to put the Watchtower down and read the Bible, because Christ is the only true way to salvation.
Okay, Watchtower, it's their opinion. It's not even, their Bible is a very terrible, I wouldn't even call it a translation. It's a satanic mockery of the Bible is what I call it. It's satanic.
Oh, yeah.
It's evil. And yeah, it may have some truth in it. No doubt it has some truth in it, but the truth is mixed with lies. The truth is mixed with just out and out lies. And they tell the people this stuff, and the witnesses believe all this stuff. All you have to do is get one of their governing body members up there on stage in a fancy suit and a nice Rolex watch and say what they say, and they'll believe you everything you say. Believe every word you say, because you're told to believe everything they say. You're told that that's what you have to do if you want to be saved. And so that fear, there again, just all that fear mongering that they put the witnesses through, they put them through all that. If you leave the organization, you're going to be killed at Armageddon. If you don't follow the governing body, you're going to have a fireball hitting you, whatever. They teach you all this stuff, and it's just garbage. It's pure garbage. It doesn't.
Yeah.
There's no love there at all. There's not a bit of love there. If there is love, it's fake. It's temporary love.
Absolutely.
It's only love if you obey their rules. But once you break their rules, or once you disagree with the governing body, that's it. You're done.
Yeah.
Well, thank you,
That's right.
Daniel.
I agree.
Thank you very much, Donald, for bringing that up. We really appreciate you coming on here tonight. And Derek, I want to thank you too for coming on. Thank you. We always good to hear from you.
Thank you.
Uh, well, Derek, you're a good man, and you just keep standing tall. And we're so glad that you broke loose from the chains of alcoholism. Thank you for sharing your story, Derek.
Thank you.
Oh, no problem. You're welcome. And I'm glad. I'm going to try to make it to your 2025 convention in Boston.
Oh my goodness, that's going to be quite the event. So we're looking forward to the Still Alive in 25 up here in Boston. Okay, so anyways, we got quite the program going here tonight. Let's bring in Constance and Dick. Did you guys have something to say? I see you're on the telephone line here. So what's on? Yeah.
Yeah, just a quick comment, Rick. If you have an alcoholic problem, it's incumbent upon yourself to get help. My suggestion is AAA and prayer. And I often wonder how many people started drinking when they were or if they were disfellowshipped. It's a lonely thing to be disfellowshipped. And one way you can cure loneliness is to knock down a bottle of scotch. And the governing body certainly knows that because they're knocking down the scotch right now. Good, Connie.
Well, the other thing I was in, yeah, go ahead, Rick. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Constance. No, I didn't realize it. Go ahead, Constance. You're on with us.
Okay, well, I was going to say, I agree with what my husband said, but also the other thing is, Watchtower's policies. It's not Bible-based. It's their man-made policies about disfellowshipping, marking people, disassociation. As we've discussed several times before on the show, it splits up families, and it can split up families for years and years. In Rich's case, it's been 30 years since his sons have had anything to do with him, which I think is, absolutely insane. But I won't mention any names, but there's this one sister I know. She was like a fourth or fifth generation. I think she was fourth generation JW, born in, raised, the whole 9 yards. And she was married to an elder who was very abusive. He had a drinking problem. That's another topic, how domestic violence can connect in with alcohol or drug abuse. My heart goes out to the women, and I'm all for trying to help women to escape that kind of environment where they're free and they're very safe with their children. Maybe we can talk about that another time. But this one particular sister, she got disfellowshipped. She was miserable in this marriage to a JW, who of course was an elder. I'm not saying all elders are, but her husband was a horrible one. And so anyway, what happened when she got disfellowshipped, there are 2 daughters. She had 2 daughters, and one daughter had absolutely nothing to do with her. And that's what my friend did. I mean, just to be able to medicate herself with regards to all the pain of how she was treated after being disfellowshipped, she's a raging alcoholic today. So my heart goes out to people who are in pain. I don't care what kind of pain. My heart goes out to people who are in any kind of pain. And, I'd love to see people get help. And that's Richard and I and Dan and Angela, and I'm sure Eric as well. Our purpose tonight is to help people. Watchtower always says, oh, read your Bible. You're not reading your Bible enough. You're not going out in service enough. That's just a total guilt trip that even adds more pressure on people to try to reach a level of perfection, which is totally impossible.
Exactly.
So anyway, that's what I wanted to say tonight. Yeah, we really love people. That's why we're having this topic. It's not for judgmental purposes. If you've ever lived with a raging alcoholic, okay, it's a living hell. There's no doubt about it. Your life is in total hell. And anybody who's in that situation, you know exactly what I'm saying is very truthful. So, we really would like to see people get the help. And there's plenty of help out there, but you're not going to find it inside the organization. They don't even believe in going to AA. And I know people have been clean and sober for 30 years because of AA. So it's a wonderful program. Recover the one the churches have is called, what do you call it? Celebration Recovery. Yeah. And that's another. But Watchtower doesn't want their people to know anything about it, which to me is so sad, or to participate in it, because it's bondage. Anytime you have these gorillas on your back, these strongholds, you're never free. Your life is never, ever free. And you can't enjoy your life when you have these strongholds or addictions in your life. So we're trying to encourage people to go get the help, because your life can be absolutely wonderful. You take it one day at a time, but getting away from Watchtower is a big part of it. It really is. So thank you.
Sure is.
Yep. What a good point.
Thank you, Constance. In fact, I just have to bring something up, and we're gonna let some other people speak here. But Stephen Fleming, he's writing in here on Facebook. He says that the reason why Jehovah's Witnesses drink so much is because they're trying to deal with the cognitive dissonance. I might give him a gold star for that. I mean, really, your brain can only handle so much. When your brain is confused, I mean, a lot of people do turn to alcoholism. So, when you have different thoughts coming into your head, you hear one thing, then you hear the other thing from the Watchtower, and you're trying to put this together in your head. It makes you very confused. So, Stephen Fleming, I give you a gold star for chiming in here on YouTube tonight. I agree with you. Cognitive dissonance can make a Jehovah's Witness drink. Absolutely right. Okay, go ahead.
Hey, Rick.
Yeah, go ahead.
If I could just make one quick point, or pose this question or topic. So we have a video from Watchtower where I think was it Sonia Erickson, or no, it was another girl's name, I don't remember. But they had a video where she was converting to a Jehovah's Witness, and they're like, "Oh, you can't smoke marijuana," And so there was this whole thing of how even though she had her medical card, they were like, "Are you really using it for medical?" So they're demonizing and having talks about anti-marijuana, which actually can help with alcoholism. And what video have I ever seen warning about the dangers of alcohol, of everything that we've talked about tonight? And Angela and Dan and Dick and all of us, and Constance, and all the dangers of it. But there really isn't medical liquor, but there is medical marijuana. And it's a thing, and when it's done, you can even take it as an edible if smoking is considered a bad thing. But I know I'm getting off to the side point, but I'm just saying how Watchtower's got it all wrong. They promote the wrong things. They give us the wrong advice.
Yeah, you're right, Eric. And, I feel sorry for people because they don't feel like there's anywhere they can go, because they're not allowed to go to the world. So they can't go to the elders. If they do that, they get in all kinds of trouble, and they're accused it's their fault, and what are you doing to cause it, and all that kind of things. And so, and then you can't go to the world. But, if anybody's even thinking about leaving there right now because of these things that we've talked about, but you want to leave, you need to start, even against your better judgment, because you're told that you shouldn't. You need to start making connections on the outside. A good way is to go to a Celebrate Recovery group, or if you need a CODA is even better, Codependent Anonymous. But just start learning, because here's one of the things they don't want you to know too is that as a human being, we need to learn how to take care of ourselves. We need to learn how to say no to abuse, all different kinds of things that we have to learn. That's proper communication to have a healthy relationship. And they don't want you to know that. They don't want us women to be empowered in any way, shape, or form. And certainly you don't say no or argue to anyone. Certainly not to your husband, certainly not to the elders. But sometimes they are dead wrong, and we need to say no. You will not, whatever. And no. But see, we're taught not to. So when you go on the outside, you'll learn all that. You'll learn that from Al-Anon. You'll learn it from Codependent Anonymous. And you'll learn the ropes of how to function properly in the society and the world so that you function. You may notice at work you don't function right with everybody. And it's because you don't know the rules of engagement. You don't know communication skills. You don't know the basics. And you find out you're kind of a freak. It's because they don't want us to know that. So it's kind of tough, but I'm telling you, it will make you feel a lot better about yourself. when you learn all these ways of being that they did not teach us.
Setting boundaries.
Yeah, setting boundaries is another one. Do not talk to me about that. That really causes me to go into trauma. Do not discuss that with me. Keep that to you. Please do not discuss that with me. And then if they cross that boundary, they crossed a boundary, and then you have to learn how to deal. What do you do now? When they've done that, they've crossed your boundary again and again. Now what? But we're not allowed to have those opinions in the church, in the Watchtower, in my church either. So we have to learn, and it's not easy. But I say, be brave. Go get some outside group counseling. Celebrate recovery, AA, something where you start making some friends on the outside, and then you can begin to feel like, okay, I've got a backup plan, and I know what I'm going to do. Should I decide that maybe I do need to make an exit here because I'm being abused and I'm setting boundaries. My husband won't listen. He won't stop. All kind of things I try to say, and he just crosses my boundary and makes me crazy. And you have to start making a plan, maybe an exit plan. And but you're not going to do it by staying on the inside, because you know good and well you can't talk to anyone on the inside or you will be put out. You have to go to the outside. So just trust me and Dan and Eric and Connie and Borgie. The outside's got some great help. That is, God is good, and you will find your help. Just trust your gut and start making some plans. Do not tell anyone inside what you are going to do. Don't even tell what you think you might do. Don't complain. Don't any of that. You must be very, very shut, closed mouth about it and get your help on the outside, or you will find yourself kicked out suddenly, and it's very nasty. So you need to make those exit plans.
Well, amen to that, Angela. Absolutely. I agree with you 100%. Now, listen, we've got a lot of people coming into the program tonight. This is a special program all about alcohol in the Watchtower. Now, listen, you guys have been watching the program tonight, listening to the program. You must know some stories. Did you go to a wedding? Did you go to some type of a gathering for Jehovah's Witnesses? Did you see some elders over drinking? Did you see anyone over drinking that was a witness? We'd love to hear your story tonight. So why don't you dial in? You can see the number right there on YouTube, and dial into the program tonight and tell us, what did you observe in the Watchtower? Do you think many of the witnesses overdid it? And if you don't think that, let us know that too. I'd like to hear both sides of the story. But why don't you tell us your story on what you have witnessed while you were in the Watchtower? So go ahead. Don't be afraid. Call in right now, *6 on your telephone pad, and we'll hear from you. I mean, you have got to have stories. Go ahead. You're on with us, caller. Go ahead.
Hi. I'm actually not a witness, but I studied for 10 years. And my Bible teacher, she, they prey upon people that are alcoholics and drug addicts. And when people are vulnerable, they go after you and try to get you when you're down and out, and get you to want to go to paradise, and try to offer you something else where you don't have your cognitive dissonance as it is, because you're under the influence. Well, they tried to tell me that I couldn't go to AA, and that it was okay if I had a sponsor, but that would have to be severed after a little while. And I had to just rely on Jehovah and prayer and meetings. And I actually it was kind of weird. There was a lady, she had this treatment center out in Tennessee, and it went under, and it was a high profile thing. Selena Gomez went there, everything. Anyways, it went under. She was hiding out at the farms down in Fishkill, became a witness again, and she does mental health and substance abuse, and she started to become a therapist for people at Bethel. Her name's Jacqueline Dawes, by the way. You can look her up. She was helping people down in Bethel and her schedule was booked to the hill. And I was able to get therapy sessions with her because they moved her around from congregation to congregation like every 6 months. And so she was at our congregation for 6 months, and I was able to have therapy sessions with her. And she was trying to make me do vision boards about paradise, so I would feel like I could have a better life away from alcohol. And I ended up, leaving the study and everything after a year or so. But they really don't want you to get any outside help. And they also prey upon people who are down and out when you are in a situation. So it's like it works both ways, where they just either you're drinking or you're going after the people who do drink. And it sucks. So thank you for letting me share.
Well, thank you, sister. Now, did you have a problem with the drinking?
Yeah, I'm 4 years sober. I
Yay.
did it myself.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Good job.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
Would you say the Watchtower made you drink?
I definitely would say the last year of it, I was drinking more and more. I kept telling my the people that I was connected with in the congregation, everything I do is wrong. I can do nothing right. Every time I turn around, I have to change this and change that. It was just one thing after another. I'm like, it was so overwhelming with the amount of things that I had to change about myself to put on a new wardrobe to make you guys like me so I could be acceptable. I was never acceptable enough for who I was. I had to peel away everything, all those garments, and come up with a new personality. And I just could not take it.
Man.
So overwhelming.
That's so horrible.
It is.
Was there answer to you, hon? Like basically, you can fix your problems from the publications. Is that what they were selling you? By discouraging you from going.
They told me to go to the website, and the mental health section on there, the drinking section, then watch videos of people who overcame their drinking. They would have sisters come over who were so-called former alcoholics, or people, and I smoke cigarettes too. So they had people who used to smoke cigarettes, and they would come on my Bible studies and tell me how they did it. And then I would say to my teacher afterwards, I'm like, they're not really alcoholics. They just stopped drinking. You don't know what an alcoholic is, apparently. It's a person who just can't stop. You can't just have one. These people could have a couple. They were functioning. I'm like, I threw down. I mean, I had to drink. There was no comparison. But yeah, all the literature and prayer. And well, the reason why you were able to quit was because we all prayed for you. That and Jehovah sees something in you. No, I quit because I wanted to quit, because I had the determination. And I left you guys because it was too overwhelming. I left this summer 2 weeks after the convention, and I just couldn't take it anymore. And it was only because I finally, after being my brain cells coming back, that I had those neural pathways growing back into my head, that I was able to finally clearly think for myself, because they had taken so much away that I started to become a robot.
Wow.
So I was able to do it myself.
Wow. I
woke up, completely woke up. I was like this close to getting baptized.
Oh.
And it would have ruined your life, and I'm so happy you dodged a huge bullet.
It's interesting. She made a good point. You made a good point about Jehovah's Witnesses, working with the poorer population. When we were out in door to door, nobody wealthy wanted our stuff. They would like, get off my porch, don't park your car in my driveway, you're going to get oil on it, get out of here. We don't want to know the world's going to end tomorrow. But yeah, I think you're right. Most of the people I had studies with were alcoholics, were people that couldn't pay their bills. They were asking us for gas. you know, and we had to get training for how to deal with the people. Like, oh, don't give them money, go pay their electric bill, and so on. But yeah, I think you made a good point there.
Yeah, they're just waiting for paradise.
And I never thought about the point you made about the alcohol shutting off the thinking part of your brain. That's another good point, because like you said, they don't try to fix it in there. And so that's an excellent point you made, that you're not really thinking, you're drinking, and you're waiting for the world to end. And so, wow, what a place to be in.
Yeah,
you know, I wanted to say this real quick. I just want to say, I don't know if a lot of people know this about alcoholism. And if you're going down that road, you think you might be having a problem with it. I just got to say this. Me and Angela worked in the jail. People go to prison. If you get in an accident and you're drinking and you hurt somebody, you're going to get way more trouble. If you kill somebody, you're going to prison. That's not the case if you're not drunk. But if you're drunk and kill somebody, you're going to prison. And I didn't know that because I was drunk many times driving. And here's the other thing nobody knows. You're going to lose out on about, I'm going to say 75% of unemployment if you get a DUI. If you get a DUI, you can't ever drive a school bus. You can't work for certain facilities, government. I mean, there's so many things. I just want to say, if you're going down that road and you feel like it's starting to become a problem and you're drinking and driving, I mean, you get in trouble and you're going to lose out. You're not going to be able to get a lot of jobs because of a DUI.
Well, thank you for bringing that up, Dan. There's so many ramifications, so many issues that can create monumental problems in a person's life. So, yeah, we're talking about alcoholism, or at least alcohol, in the Watchtower. Now, you folks listening into the program tonight, you must know that you've been to weddings, you've been to gatherings. Did you ever see a witness drink too much? I mean, I've seen it numerous times. So what about you? Did you ever see a witness drink too much? I mean, we know the problems that alcohol can create. Why would an elder, why would a witness go overboard with it? So let's hear from you. You're on with us right now. What do you have to say? Let's listen to 614, is it? 614, looks like the United Kingdom. You're on with us. United Kingdom, okay, you don't want to come on? So, I mean, really, when you stop and think about it, I've seen so many incidents. I've been to weddings. I've seen elders just drinking way too much. I've witnessed this on numerous occasions. How about you guys? Have you ever seen a witness drink too much? Come on, you're on with us. Let's go ahead. You're on with us.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Yep.
Hi, this is Brad from Australia. I just wanted to. I grew up with two older brothers, and I just wanted to point out how I remember how desperate they were to turn 18 so they could start drinking. There were so many young ones in my congregation that I grew up with that were obviously being abused in different ways. I know we were physically abused by getting punched in the face a lot, and that seemed to be a hallmark spot, something to look forward to, turning 18, so you could finally start drinking to get rid of whatever cognitive dissonance, forget about the abuse and that sort of stuff, to the point where when I turned 18, I wasn't a witness anymore, but my brothers were just super happy to take me out somewhere, anywhere, to start drinking as soon as I was 18. And that seems to be something that a lot of young witnesses did, was just desperately look forward to 18 when they could start that process of drinking and forgetting everything.
Well, Brad, thank you.
Hey, Rick.
Thank you very much, Brad, for coming in and sharing your story. Always good to hear from you from all the way over there in Australia.
Love you, Brad.
Go ahead. You're on with us. Looks like Larry John Wayne. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, I was living in Texas, and I don't drink at all. I tried drinking when I went through a divorce, and didn't help me. Didn't make me feel better, and I just couldn't see what people saw in drinking. I know some people really enjoy it, but what I would notice is, like, there was this elder that came and visiting elder that came and gave a talk at our Kingdom Hall, and then he got invited to somebody's house for dinner, and I was there, and he had a 6-pack himself. I mean, it's like I wouldn't drink that much Coke, and they're drinking that much beer, and not that I'm making a judgment, but you would think, especially an elder coming from another town, wanting to set an example, would not drink so much at one time. I mean, it was within an hour or two, a six pack.
That's a
Unreal.
lot.
Yeah. Well, we've all witnessed it, Larry.
Can hear you. Can hear you, Rick.
We've all witnessed it. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So we've all witnessed that, Larry. We've all seen that happen at certain occasions. Let's go to 272. Go ahead, 272.
Hi, Rick. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Nancy. I'm from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I've seen a lot of alcohol abuse in my lifetime in this organization. I disassociated almost 2 years now in February. But the most recent thing that happened to me that sticks out in my mind regarding alcohol abuse, when I was leaving this organization and the elders were harassing me to a judicial meeting because they had heard through the grapevine that I had some doubts, I was having some issues in my own family because my husband had serious issues with alcoholism, and I was not able to speak with them at the time because I was having terrible personal problems. But they harassed me to the point where I ended up calling the police. They suggested I went to go to a local magistrate. I ended up taking these elders who were part of my judicial committee to the local magistrate. Of course, I lost because, these local courts, they don't understand what goes on in this religion. And anyway, what I came to find out, though, through friends who were helping me in this process of exiting, former Jehovah's Witnesses, they had looked up information on these 3 elders that were in my judicial committee. And it turns out that 2 of them were just involved with fines, and they were arrested. And then the other elder, the coordinator of this congregation, just had a recent DUI. So these 3 brothers who were wanting to judge me for absolutely nothing but doubts that I was having about this cult, turned out to have a recent DUI. So with that information, I called every elder, circuit overseer, brother, sister, and I let them see all these reports from that are on, they're public, and let them know about this. And it's just so funny. When they did announce my name on February 17th, 2022, that I was no longer one of Jehovah's Witnesses, they also announced this brother elder coordinator's name. He was no longer an elder. Wow. So as I left, I took down him, which made me so happy.
Yeah.
So that's my story, and it's a huge problem, and I'm just so glad I'm out. I'm just 9 members of my family, which I still can't talk about. I'm in therapy, but I am on my way to recovery and still hopeful that someday I'll get my family back.
Amen.
Thank you for listening, and thank you for all you do. I really appreciate you, Rich. What you do, you have helped me so much with XJW community. Angela and Dan, Eric, I don't really know, but you guys have been such a blessing to me, and I thank you so much.
Oh, God bless you. I'm so sorry about all of that.
Yeah.
We just pray the best for you.
It's very sad, Angela and Dan. It really is. But thank you, sister, for coming on and sharing your story. Thank you. And don't you be a stranger. You come back and see us soon. Boy, we get so many people calling in right now. Let's go to 781. 781, you run with us.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello. Hi. I'm a little nervous because this is a really tough subject to me. But I have personal firsthand. My youngest daughter was Oh, I guess I'm getting a delay here.
Hold on 1 second. We're just trying to mute some people. Get so many
Getting a
people.
delay.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Let me just mute a few people here. We got a lot of people coming in. Go ahead. Let's try that. Let's mute this. We can.
Is that right now?
I think you're all set now, Sissy. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I have firsthand personal experience with alcoholism. My youngest daughter's father was an alcoholic. Okay, I'm going to start all over again.
Do you have, let's just do this. I don't want to use your name on here. But 781, do you have YouTube going on in the background?
No, I have it off.
All right. I don't know why we're getting this.
I don't either.
Okay. Okay. So,
okay, I'll try again. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, don't be sorry. Go ahead. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, I have firsthand experience with alcoholism, and it's a very tough subject to me. My youngest daughter's father, he's an active witness. I don't know. He doesn't speak to me or his daughter. And I had a situation once where
we can hear you. I know it sounds bad, but we can hear you really good.
We can hear you, but you sure you don't have YouTube on in the background or some other,
or a TV or just something else playing, or people talking,
or an extra cell phone?
How's that?
That's better.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
All right. I'm sorry. I'm just so nervous. I'm really apologize. What I was starting to say is my youngest daughter's father, I don't know if he's still a witness, but at the time, he got pulled over for drunk driving and he was arrested. He had his meeting suit on, and I got a call from an elder the next day asking me to bail him out. And I said, I'm not bailing him out. I refuse to. So, of course, they looked down on me for that, and he served, I think, 3 to 6 months in prison. Well, anyway, I just want to talk about codependency. I was a codependent, and I probably still am. And being a codependent meant his drinking was my problem as well. So I went to Al-Anon with another sister, and what I learned in Al-Anon was the 3 C's. I didn't cause it, I can't control it, and I can't cure it. And I don't know if he's an active witness today or not, because I don't care, because he doesn't talk to me or his daughter. But I just want to tell you the effects it has on your loved ones and your family and your children when you deal with alcoholism. It's horrible because it affects you in every way, and you don't know what to do. My brother died from alcoholism back in 2000.
Oh, man.
Was it?
We lost you.
It sounds like it hung up.
Weird.
The battery might have run out.
Or she might have accidentally pushed the off button or something.
Yeah, something.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Rick. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Your phone line went off, buddy. Is that what it is or no?
Phone line went off. Let's get the phone line started once again. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. We'll get the phone line started. Hang in with us. Our phone line goes off. Our phone line does go off every 6 hours. So let's get back.
Oh, that's what happened.
Back on with us. That does happen.
Welcome into the live Six Screens conference calls.
Don't go anywhere.
We thank you for joining in. To speak up and talk, press *6 on your telephone.
Just give us a second. We'll get
when
back
you are
in.
done talking, press *6 to mute yourself. Remember, when you are unmuted, your phone is a microphone and picks up on all noises in the background. We hope you enjoy the programs tonight. You will now be placed into the conference.
If you are the host, press star now.
Okay,
Otherwise, please enter your PIN followed by the pound or.
Can't hear you, Rick.
Okay, just give us a second.
Your input is invalid.
Hold on
You
1
entered
second. We'll get
2,
right back in
6.
here. We're just
Please
trying to
enter your
do a
PIN
million
followed by
things
the
here at
pound
once.
or hash. Thank you. There
All
are
right, so
14
listen in.
participants
We'll
in the
listen to what's
conference.
going on. Go
Recording
ahead.
did not start because your storage is full. Please log in and delete recordings or purchase more storage from your account.
In the chat, some conversation was to do also with cults and in connection with the dependency or whatever with alcoholism. I don't mean to put Angela on the spot, but I was a Jehovah's Witness. I studied for about 3 years before I was actually baptized because I was checking them out real good. Was baptized member in good standing for about 5 years before I disappeared myself from them. I don't know how I managed to do that, but I got lucky. Didn't have to put up with that. But I am now a member of a Church of God. And there was a couple of times this dependency came up tonight. This is a bit off topic. I may not have mentioned that already. How can I talk with her or whatever and see if she can give me some advice? And is this dependency thing of the same thing? My father was an alcoholic. He died of cirrhosis of the liver. I was also an active alcoholic, supposedly functioning. And I just quit drinking because I got sick of having the snotty nose every morning, basically, and kind of cut back, and I just don't drink anymore, which probably may have a thing in this also. Thank you.
Thank you, sister.
She's asking you.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what she's asking me, guys. I'm sorry.
I think what she was saying, Angela, she was with the Worldwide Church of God as well, and she'd like to connect with you. So I think that's what she's saying. Is that what you were saying, sister?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. Yeah, no problem.
Did I not have it up close enough to my mouth? I'm not used to speaking on the phone.
Oh, no, you did good. I just didn't understand the question. I wasn't catching on. But anyway, maybe you could try, just email me if you don't mind. I don't want to put my phone number on the international air, but just email me at angelasinspirations@gmail.com, and and just give me your phone number. I'll call you. And I can even send you my phone number that way too, if you want to call me. Just tell me how you like it.
Angela's with a Z or an S?
Yes.
Yeah, S.
Inspirations.
Angela's Inspirations. Okay. Yeah. 2 S's on the end of each of those words at gmail.com.
2 S's. Okay.
Yeah, 2 S's. And then also
Two S's.
Well, in Angela's Inspirations. So, at the end of Angela is an S, and at the end of the word inspirations is an S at gmail.com.
Okay. One N or 2 S's at inspirations?
Just one.
Okay, and 2 after Angela's?
No, just one at the end of Angela's. And,
okay.
So I'll spell it ANGELAS, Angela's, and then Inspirations. INSPIRATIONS, and then at Gmail.
Okay. Okay. And my email is Anita1194 at YouTube. So you'll know who it is.
Is it 1194 at YouTube?
Not YouTube, Yahoo. I'm sorry.
Yahoo. Okay, no problem.
Maybe
You're nervous.
One more time.
Oh yeah, one more time so Dan can write it down. 111.
Anita. 1194.
1194. ANITA.
ANITA.
Okay, good. Anita 1194 at yahoo.com. Okay, got it. Perfect. And hey, listen, I wanted to recommend that book, Codependent No More by Melody Beatty. That changed my entire life. And my book, Awakening from Unconscious Resentment, used lots of things from that book. That's powerful. It changed everything. And I did not like reading it. I made myself read it. I would go into trauma just reading it because it was so much like everything I was just going through, and it made me so mad, and my family is so freaking dysfunctional. But anyway, I'm like, Angela, you are not going to sleep until we get to the end of this chapter. And I just about killed myself making myself stay awake to read each chapter one by one, and it was horrible. But when I got through it, my whole life was changed forever. So I needed
Okay,
it.
thank you so much, sister. And I'm sorry for kind of like changing the topic, Rick.
Oh, no, you
No.
didn't. You didn't. It's powerful.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
It's all connected. Y'all's churches are the same as ours, basically.
Oh, yeah. Same problems. Yeah. All the
Mhm.
same.
Well, I thank you.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Anita. Bless you. Thank you so much.
Well, that's very good. Now she was involved with the Worldwide Church of God, like you were.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
so
that's
that's good. We're
great.
bringing some different people in. Hey, I wanted to bring up one thing. Now we had the telephone line go off, but of 781 Gail, 781. If you want to come back on, you got kind of cut off. We wanted to hear more what you had to say. My goodness, you were so troubled by what's going on with alcoholism in the Watchtower, and you were sharing your story. So 781 Gail, if you want to come back on with us, we would love to hear from you.
Oh, yeah.
In the meantime, let's go to 603 New Hampshire. Go ahead. You're on with us.
Thank you, Rick. I just want to say, too, that the elders at the Jehovah's Witness Kingdom Hall are not counselors. If you have a problem, I know people, they go to them and say, hey, I have a drinking problem. They are there to disfellowship you. They're not there to counsel you. They work with you. I woke up in 2015 watching a YouTube video by someone who was disfellowshipped. He fought in Vietnam. He had PTSD. He was an elder. He said, I think I have a drinking problem. Okay, we're going to have a meeting on Tuesday, judicial meeting, a hearing. So show up. I can't make it Tuesday. I can make it Wednesday to the meeting. I can't make it Tuesday. Okay, he goes Wednesday and he's disfellowshipped. And he had seven kids. He lost his family. He lost his whole family. His wife left him. Just because he said, I think I have a drinking problem. He said, I didn't say I have a drinking problem. I said, I think I have a drinking problem. They got rid of him. And yeah. And I had the brother that helped me in 1984 to learn the truth. He left. He disassociated himself. I could never figure out why he did that. And I found him on the internet a couple years after that, maybe in 86, 87. He told me, he said, he went to the elders and said the same thing. I think I have a drinking problem. So, but he didn't go into it. So apparently what happens is he realized they were going to disfellowship him instead of trying to help him. The elders are not there to help you. So but they're there to disfellowship. That's what their job is. And it just, that's what woke me up. We do, 2015. If you have a drinking problem, they get rid of you. That's how they help you. And
It's a loving arrangement, isn't it, brother? That's what they call it.
Oh my God!
What a joke!
It made me feel bad. It made me feel bad. I was still a Jehovah's Witness. It's like, that's awful, and I was part of that too. So.
Well, thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Kevin. We do have 781 back on with us. Gail, 781, come on back on.
Hi, I'm here.
Sorry, Gail, we shut you. Things went a little haywire with the phone shutting off, but can we kind of pick up where you left off? Go ahead, Gail. You're on with us. Yeah. Go ahead. Share your story with us. We'd love to hear it.
Hey, Rick, can I jump on while?
Well, hold on one second. Let's get Gail. Gail, you're on there with us?
Are you there, Gail?
She was there. She was just there. Well, Dick, go ahead. We'll see if we can get her back on. Go ahead, Dick.
Yeah, I think what 603 just said, the brother that was on just prior to myself, they're not there to help you. They have to keep, in their opinion, the congregation squeaky clean. So if you have a drinking problem, well, hey, guess what? If you have a drinking problem, they have to keep the congregation clean. They will disfellowship you. And the brother's right. They are not counselors. They're just there for one reason, to keep the congregation clean. So if you go to the elders, they're going to disfellowship you more than likely. And probably the judicial committee that is going to disfellowship you probably drink a hell of a lot more than that brother from 603 who just commented. they probably drink a whole lot more than him. Thanks, Rick. I'm glad he said that. I'm just really, really glad he said that.
Yeah.
That the reason they have to keep the congregation clean, and they're going to disfellowship you if you go in there with a problem.
Well, good man, Dick. Thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoyed that call. I'm glad you liked that. Okay, now let's go to 781. You're on with us.
All right, here we go. All right, can you all hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
Yay,
Okay.
Gail.
All right, I have a comment about the last caller. Now, my situation was with my daughter's father. I don't know if he's still a witness. I don't really care because he doesn't talk to me and my daughter. But I will say this, which really irated me. When the elder called me to bail him out, I refused to. They didn't do anything about him getting arrested for drunk driving. He was in prison for 3 to 6 months. They didn't do anything about it. And he ended up becoming an elder. And what happened was they looked down on me instead. So that was my situation with my daughter's father.
Wow. That's nasty.
Were you in the New England area by any chance?
Which area?
Pardon me?
The New England area?
Yes, I am. I'm in Massachusetts.
I can recognize your accent, hon. I'm from Rhode Island. Yeah, there's a big problem in Massachusetts and Rhode Island with there's a lot of cruelty from the witnesses, more so than the South. I think it's all becoming the same now, but I just was going to add to you, sister. Add that comment to you.
Hey, Eric, can you turn your volume up just a little better?
Yep, is that better?
What did you say?
Yeah. I asked
Is
Eric
that better?
to turn up his volume. Yeah, that's much better. Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
What I was
Everybody,
say
don't forget that Tony Morris is from Rhode Island and he has a drinking problem.
Hell yeah, that's for sure.
That's not the only problem, guys.
Well,
can I make another comment?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Gail. Yep.
Go ahead, Gail.
I also had a situation with my daughter. She was doing a lot of acting out because her father ended up getting married, and he kind of rejected my daughter, so she had a lot of problems. She's unfortunately she's a heroin addict today. I'm sad to say that, but I know that I was trying to get help for my daughter ever since she was little, and I got a letter from her psychiatrist, and I gave it to the elders, and they didn't do anything about it. I had a couple of brothers stick up for me, so it started causing divisions in the Kingdom Hall. So I left and went to another hall just to keep the peace. And my daughter's father and his new wife wanted to meet me in the parking lot and have it out with me. And I said, there's no way I'm going to sit down with you two out in the parking lot. It'll be you against me, and they're going to stick up for him. So I refused to do that. So it was, it's been a very difficult journey for my daughter because she's dealing with not only rejection, she's also self-medicating on drugs. And alcoholism affects families, workmates, your loved ones, your children. It's just an insidious disease. And I have to say alcoholism has been a part of my whole childhood, too, growing up. And that's why I say I became a codependent. I didn't realize that. But Angela, shout out to you, because Melody Beattie, I got her book years ago, back in the 80s, and she was very helpful with the codependent, because I hated the idea that I was a codependent to anybody, because I'm a strong, independent woman. But I started helping myself since I was 20 years old, and I ended up in groups. And I did go to Al-Anon. It was very helpful.
Yeah,
so
that's really good. I love it how you said, no, I will not meet you in the parking lot and allow you guys to beat me up. And no, I will not do it. See, that's learning codependency. No, you know how to take care of yourself, and you know how to say that, no, that's not safe. And no, I will not do that. And good job for you. You know, you got some of it. I mean, of course, that's only one codependent issue, but you got that one down, you know, stand up for yourself. Yeah. Good job.
Journey.
Yeah.
He doesn't even see his daughter, and he has a grandson. He doesn't see him either, and he's 15. So it's just, I don't know. So much so being a loving Christian. He's married, and she's got kids.
Wow.
But now he doesn't see his own daughter and his grandson. So it really stinks. And And I found out that I often said to some of the sisters that these brothers need to take human behavior courses and psych courses because they have no clue what it's like to deal with any kind of mental health problem, none whatsoever. All I can say is I'm glad I'm out, and my kids have thrown them out too, by the way, but it's been a rough journey. But I really believe I was a codependent for this organization. I really believe that, where I was a codependent for alcoholics in my life. I felt I was a codependent for them, but now I'm free and I feel at peace now. And I'm glad you bringing the subject up. It's a very touchy one for me, but
yeah, it is.
Also, part of life. A lot of people self-medicate today. It's really sad that they do.
Yeah, it really is. It's like one of the things, Gail, of the codependent is they don't know how to think for themselves, have their own opinions, speak up for themselves, care for themselves, say no when they need to. They just do what everybody wants them to do. They try to control everything that they can. And they get themselves in other people's business when it's not their business and cause all kinds of problems. And it goes on and on and on. It's like, it's not just that you depend on somebody. It's not anything about that. I don't know why they chose to call this problem codependency, but I guess it takes two people to tango, right? But it's not really about you depending on somebody at all. It's really messed up that they chose that wording. Anyway.
Well, it's a vicious cycle too, because you want them to stop drinking, and you do a lot of stupid things to get them to stop drinking. That's where the control comes in. You can cause it, and sometimes you think, and you try to fix it. I was always trying to fix everybody's problems until I really realized I have no control over what anybody else is doing. But that takes a long time to learn that, but I'm glad I learned it.
Oh, man.
Yeah, a lot of the alcoholics, including when I was, are bullies. And that's why the codependents get codependent, because they're anticipating the crazy thoughts and actions and attitudes of the alcoholic. And alcoholics can be very demanding. It's like Constance said, they're stubborn. They are opinionated. Go to a 12-step. You want to see some strong opinions. Oof. Those dudes told Angela, they met her outside. They met her outside. And they said, you're not one of us, bitch. Don't come back here. Yeah, so the codependent learns that behavior to stand up to her husband. Yeah.
It's tough.
This is a funny story. I went to an NA meeting, Narcotics Anonymous, with my sister, and we ended up going to have a drink afterwards. We couldn't believe the stuff that they were saying. It was one right after another. I'm like, oh my gosh, I gotta get out of here.
I know. It's like reading that book. It's like reading that book, Codependent No More. I had the same reaction. Oh my God, I need a drink. Yeah.
And, you end up becoming sicker than the alcoholic, which I learned that the hard way. And I said to my sister, if anybody needs to go out and get drunk, it's myself. But I don't have a problem with alcohol. It's one good thing.
Yeah, thank God.
So.
Yeah, and I'm glad Rick brought that up earlier, because it's just some people can't handle alcohol, and that's me. I lose every time.
Oh, I know a lot of people that can't. My husband, who died that was in Vietnam, he turned into a Tasmanian devil when he drank. I used to dread him coming home.
Oh,
with me, it's my health, because I'm a hemophiliac. I'm not supposed to drink.
Can you turn your volume up again, Eric?
Yeah, my phone. I'm sorry. Is that better? My phone keeps slipping.
It's a little bit better.
No, I can hear you.
Oh.
Okay.
You know what?
That's good.
Okay. Can you hear me better now?
Yep. So you're a hemophiliac. Okay.
Oh yeah, and so I'm not supposed to drink anyway. Alcohol thins your blood, and it causes me to get into the hospital. So enough is enough,
Oh geez.
But I just I feel for you and for everyone that's been touched by Watchtower. They put a lot of stress on us, and there's it causes these problems. They have a lot of accounting to do for hurting so many of us.
Wow,
were you going to say something, Connie?
We got Gilbert Gonzalez. Gilbert, come on, 602. Come on, Gilbert.
Hey, Rick. In the '90s, Bill Clinton would say, "Don't ask, don't tell." That was very popular. And I think when I talked to Jesse, that happened a lot in our congregation where I knew a lot of the elders that we worked with were alcoholics, but there was that thing around in America: don't ask, don't tell. Don't ask if someone's gay. Don't ask if they're a drug dealer. Just don't ask, don't tell. And so what happens? There's never interventions because everyone's always just sweeping it under the rug until it becomes so plainly obvious. But one thing I noticed that it used to really bother me because I used to be addicted to diet soda, right? So after the Kingdom Hall, I'd go get me a Diet Pepsi, Diet Coke at the gas station. But almost every single time I went to the gas station, I can count either an English or Spanish brother from the different halls. We're going to be there getting a 24-pack of Bud Light. Or I would go to the grocery store and the same thing would happen, you know. And I always noticed that like when we would go door to door, I'm not joking, but we could know who spoke Spanish at a home based on the beer that was outside. But you have to be a Spanish brother to you just learn through your neighborhood. But the point is that I've noticed that all of my Jehovah's Witness friends that we knew they were alcoholics, they always bought the cheap beer. And like in the comment section, they're saying, well, Gilbert, you know, why is that true? Because people that buy Colt 45 and Bud Light, they don't buy it because they're beer connoisseurs. Like when I'll drink beer and I'll have for 4 months, Killian's Red will be in my refrigerator. I very seldom drink it. But the point is I noticed that and I feel bad that I lost respect for a lot of these people because they, I guess they wouldn't drink. They wouldn't drink for the sake of because it was delicious or because of the craftsmanship. They would always go to the lowest common denominator to get drunk, and they would go after the meeting, and everybody knew these people just got out of church. And I would go to the grocery store and like, dude, I just went to church with you, and you're walking out with two 24 packs. And it used to be embarrassing.
Oh, that's funny.
I guess I don't fit in because I drink craft beer and it has to taste really good.
Oh my goodness.
I was a connoisseur.
Good for you.
I had it all, but you could drink more if you bought the cheap stuff.
I always had Budweiser.
And you know, you guys talk about a six-pack. We used to buy a case minimum, 24. That was the minimum.
But I think that's what it is about the intervention is because there was a culture at that time. It was very popular. It was don't ask, don't tell. You know how they say, if you see something, say something. Well, back then it was don't ask, don't tell. And I think that's what it was in the congregation. We wouldn't talk about it, even though we knew about it. It wasn't until it became an issue that they couldn't be. And I think that serves us the lessons that we do have to talk about it. And sometimes we're going to be and nobody wants to be unpopular. And this is what happens. When you bring up this subject, people are going to hate you for bringing it up. Yeah. Because you're the one going to bring in the intervention. And that's the lesson I've learned when I'm listening to everybody here talk and I look back at my life as a Jehovah's Witness. You have to nip it in the bud. You really do. Otherwise, it's really going to get out of control.
But I have to say though, it's nip it in the bud by getting to the root of the problem. You know, there's just really no other way.
Amen. Oh, amen. One thing I also noticed as an elder, Jehovah's Witness, because I was trained, is I also knew who the alcoholics were, and I would talk to Jesse and my other brothers about this, because an alcoholic, they would always bring up the subject, and elders and ministerial servants, they would always bring it up. I could go the whole day and never talk about alcohol, but I was able to find Jesse and we knew who the alcoholics were because we could tell by the way they talk. It was a subject that they always brought up. And I think that what they were doing is they're testing the waters to see who they could be buddies with. And so that's how Jesse and we knew, like, yeah, we can't be friends with these elders because they talked a certain way, but really what they were doing is fishing for who else is an alcoholic just like me.
The cool crowd, Gilbert.
Well, no, that's how they had the cliques.
The same thing was in my hall, the exact same thing. They would fish, and there was like a little club. They even went to the strip clubs together.
And it's not till you're older that you understand these things. So always pay attention to how you listen, because people are telling you they got problems. It may not sound, they're not telling you, hey, I have a problem. No, they're telling it to you in a way, but we have to learn to be good listeners and say, no, this guy got the problem. Because I can't ever talk to him without him bringing up drinking. I can't ever talk to him without him ever bringing this. It's because he's literally, I think in a way, is screaming for help. So that's why they do it. I don't know. That's just my opinion. I may be wrong.
Yeah, we would
Sorry, I
go
was
to
watching
halls.
the comments.
Yeah, go ahead, Rick.
No, go ahead.
Well, Gilbert, we're glad to hear from you. My goodness gracious, don't be a stranger. Keep coming in. We love to hear your comments. Now, friends, you're listening to this program tonight. Alcoholism in the Watchtower. What do you think about that? Did you ever have any issues with it? Did you ever go to a gathering, a wedding, a get-together, whatever you want to call it, and find the elders or whoever would be a witness drinking too much? If you did, call us up tonight. You see the number right there on YouTube. Call us up and let us know. What do you think? We'd love to hear from you. Boy, I'll tell you, Dan and Angela and Dick and Constance and Eric, it's amazing. We got a lot of people coming through here tonight. It's been really good. A lot of people have really connected with this subject. It's amazing.
Well, thank you, Rick. Yeah, we enjoyed it. You know, I was going to say, when I went to the congregations, I would look for congregations that they were drinking. I don't know that I was looking for drinking partners, but we damn sure wouldn't go into a congregation of old people that look stoic and pissed off. And you know, they would say, just go to a hall where there's some activity, where there's a few pioneers. But we would always make sure, before I went to a hall and said I was going to go to a hall, they had to meet at Applebee's or somewhere after the hall. And there usually be a young group, you know, of 20, 30 people. And we would go drink. We all had 16 ounces and we never even questioned it. And, you know, I just want to say, I really feel sorry for that guy. I thought that was a good point he made about that guy who said the elders aren't therapists. Because can you imagine a guy that's drinking and he's having a problem and he goes to the elders and they just fellowship him and then they destroy his family? They just almost killed that man. And we know that happened to Michael not too long ago. He was same
Michael
thing.
Moore.
Yeah, he was doing a little drinking, and anyway, he went to the elders and had a problem. They turned his kids against him, and he blew his brains out. And he was actually on Rick's show, and it's just sad. I mean, you're already on bottom. You're having a problem. Damn sure don't go to the elders. You know, work it out outside, like we said. Go to one of these programs. There's lots of them. Get some help.
Read a book.
Do whatever, but get some support
outside.
Because, man, the elders, you don't want to go there and have them take your family away and leave you destitute. I mean, that's just mind-boggling. I didn't even think of that, you know.
Well, I'm with you, Dan. Let's go to 203. Run with us. 203. What do you have to say?
Hi, Rick. Hi, guys. This is Carrie from the suite. You know, way back in the 70s, early 70s, we had a sister in there. Now, I never noticed alcohol. I never really paid attention to that stuff, but this sister had a drinking problem, and I was never the kind to ask a lot of questions or delve into their personal affairs or anything like that. But she told me that she had an alcohol problem, and apparently she went to the elders, and they gave her this name of this doctor. He was a scientist in New York, and he ran the third shift because I guess people came from all over the United States and the world to him. So he was like 90. But anyways, he put her on this vitamin regimen, and he had told her to take every single one of these every single day for whatever. And if she did pick up a drink, she'd get violently ill. So she went on this all these vitamins, and she tried the drink, and she got very, very sick, but that cured her. And but I never saw any of this alcoholism. If it was going on, I didn't notice, because one of the things that I learned many years ago is that these people are imperfect. They're going to make mistakes. Not to look at them and what they're doing. Just, keep my eye on the prize, if you know what I mean. And but yeah, she was the only one that admitted her problem. And I don't know, she was very quiet, sister. Her husband was very sick, and he got disfellowshipped while he was very sick. And they reinstated him practically on his deathbed. But the thing that, but I lost touch with her when I dropped out. So I lost touch with everybody. So I don't know how she is, where she is. But yeah, that's the only experience I ever had.
Yeah. Dan said that stuff's called anabuse that they give you to make you not want to drink.
They give it to people that are pretty bad off,
Well, yeah, apparently, I see. Apparently, they dealt with her differently. I don't know. I mean, we weren't supposed to know a lot of things. So, apparently, they were kind to her and directed her to a doctor, and that was taken care of. And I don't know if they put her on private. I don't know, because it was never spoken. We didn't talk about those things. So, and this is going way back. So,
it's probably one of those things, Carrie, where they don't want to bring reproach on Jehovah, like Gilbert said. What did he say? See and not say, or something. Because that's what they told me when I approached them about drinking. They're like, "Do you have a problem? Do you want this to be a what do I call it, a judicial meeting, or is this just a Budweiser Blues?" That's what a presiding overseer told me. I said, "We'll leave it at Budweiser Blues." And but anyway, they didn't want to discuss it. Like you said, it was like, let's just keep it quiet and keep moving.
Yeah, out of sight. Just don't speak.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you all have a good night. Thank you for taking my call.
Thanks. You too, Carrie.
Good to hear from you, Carrie.
You're well. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Well, my goodness, we're always glad to hear from Carrie. We've got so many people dialing in tonight. It's amazing. The program actually caught fire. It really did. It was well promoted today, and many people listening in right now. We really appreciate all those people coming into the 6 screens tonight with this program, Alcohol or Alcoholism in the Watchtower. What do you think? Did you ever see an elder imbibe too much? Did you see some Jehovah's Witness imbibe too much? I've seen it. I've seen it on a number of occasions, and I'm sure you have too. So by all means, dial in tonight. Hit *6. Let us know what you think. It's amazing to me that we have so many people that are coming in. It's also amazing to me that so many people I know personally have seen drinking in the Watchtower. Have you seen it? So let's hear what you have to say. Well, Dan and Angela, yeah, go ahead.
Isn't it amazing, Rick and guys, that if you're in the good old boys club, you won't get disfellowshipped for it, or if you're an elder's daughter, etc. But if they don't like you, or and you made a public display of drunkenness and embarrass the congregation, then you're out. It's just a double standard.
Yeah, all the Carter vows, our reputation is giving Jehovah a good name, right? If you're not going to manage to do that, we just don't want you. It's just all about reputation. And how they look, which is codependency. But I think it's interesting about how alcoholism a lot of times inspires a lot of abuse, like especially sexual abuse. And Dan and I know so many stories of so many women saying that their dads got drunk and then they raped them. And I mean, we've heard so many stories like that, uncles, whatever. And drinking seems to always be involved. And I just thought I would throw that out. Has anybody got anything to say about that?
I wanted to make a thought. I remember my first drink, and basically what I didn't realize was that I grew up in a trauma-based household. Does anybody else want to come on, Rick? Because I can hold off the story.
No, go ahead, Dan. We've got go ahead forward. We got some calls coming in, but we want to hear what you have to say first. Then we'll finish calls. Yep.
Yeah, I didn't know I was in trauma. I just want to say, so much of the trauma that we have is internal. I had a schizophrenic mother, a dad, angry dad. He didn't have enough money to get through the winter. We had all kinds of problems, abuse, anger, hoarder house, all this stuff. And, and I visited my mom the most of my life in a mental ward, with doctors with syringes and going in big steel doors. And, it was horrible. And I didn't know that was trauma. And so when I first drank my first drink, I was in heaven on earth. I literally was in heaven. I didn't know what the hell was going on. I didn't know I was drunk from my first drink. I was in literal effing heaven, man. I was on cloud nine, and I had no idea I was under that kind of suppression. And I think, like it's already been brought out tonight, the Watchtower is hell on earth. There is no pleasing the elders. There is no fucking good job. There is no end to the work. We're slaves. We're plow horses. We're get your ass out. It's like Tony Morris said. Tony Morris said this. He said, you're going to be bloody. He was talking about them not going back to the Kingdom Hall after COVID. And he goes, the blood's going to be drenching off you. And he found some crazy scriptures in the Bible, and he used it as a weapon on them. But you imagine living under that? I mean, coming out of COVID, and then all of a sudden Tony Morris saying, you better get your ass out. You're going to be bloody. You're going to be bloody. Jehovah going to bloody you up because you won't go door to door. That's trauma. And I don't think we realize the trauma. The talks, your comments weren't good enough. You didn't get enough hours. We had six weeks this week to go out door to door. Were you pioneering this month? We had 5 weeks. Did you do this? Did you do that? Jehovah knows. Jehovah only accepts your best. That is a monkey on your damn back.
It sure is.
And, that's what it kind of helped me realize tonight, listening to the show. You wonder why all the witnesses drink. And it's like, yes, it is medication. I need to be self-medicated because I'm being plowed like a workhorse. And, I watched my parents get thrown away. I watched my mother die in there, shamed to death. My dad shamed to death. They killed my parents. They built this fucking temple in my dad's head that they were the only ones, that they were the governing body. And they built this temple, and then they destroyed them, and they could give a shit, and they don't care about anybody. So, man, and then you put your life on hold. You don't have any self-esteem. You don't have any goals. You don't have any future. You're not putting no money away. You're not part-time jobs. And so the next thing you know, why not drink? It feels pretty damn good. And so that's what I watched, and I was part of them. But I didn't realize I guess what I'm trying to say, guys, is that the Watchtower is trauma. The Watchtower has increased the trauma. It's not normal anymore. It is psychopaths running it. It is not normal. The Watchtower is not a normal place to hang out.
No.
It's sickening. It's a fucking mental ward.
It is.
Why don't it have windows? They got the damn doors bolted shut. I went by there one day. All the doors, all the places boarded up. I had to push a buzzer. That's how I had to go get my mom in a mental ward. I had to go to this big steel door and push this buzzer. And it just went an alarm, and this nurse came to the door and like in a bulletproof vest, come on with me. I mean, the Watchtower's like that. They got the doors locked. They got no windows in there. They got fear going on. They got brainwashing. They got psychopathic people like Stephen Lett, Tony Morris. No wonder they drink.
And if you want to get any kind of help, forget about it. Because if you dare say anything that's wrong with you, you're going to be excommunicated or you're going to be out. And so it's not worth it. So you can't even get help. You can't even overcome your masturbation or your drinking or your sex addiction or whatever. Forget about that. So then what do you got to do now? Drink so you don't have to think about it, that you're such a loser that you think you are, because you can't get help if you want to. You know what's going to happen to you. So you just have to drink it away. Just drown yourself Drown the sorrow, the frustration, the hate, the anger in alcohol.
Yeah, they killed my mom and dad. That's why I'm on here. They killed them, and they killed my younger brother, Phil. He just died. You know, what killed them was programming. Watchtower programming is not good enough. You know, you're not.
They killed my cousin.
Yeah, that's why.
And he wasn't even baptized, but he never got baptized. But he had the fear mongering because he was raised in it, and it made him. His dad was super abusive, and it made him an alcoholic and a heroin addict, and he blew his liver out and passed away. But what Watchtower did that. Yeah, he would call me sometimes and go, Eric, there's a shortage on rice. Armageddon's coming. I feel it. I got to get baptized, you know. And he'd always play this thing, but he never really wanted to be a witness. And he was a good man, even though he had his struggles.
They did a video the other day on Donald Trump, and it was Donald Trump talking about fear mongering, and it was like he was talking to Watchtower. He's like, we're not going to fearmonger. We're not going to say we're going to be out of food. We're not going to say everybody's going to be genocide every day. We're not going to do this. We're going to build a strong economy. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And somebody was holding up all the different watchtowers that he was saying, you know, food shortages, Armageddon, explosions, famines.
Earthquakes.
And he's like, this is leftist propaganda. And I was like, wow, it was just a cool video somebody did showing Watchtower. And I never thought of them at that way of leftist propaganda, fear. Watchtowers run on fear. And you know, guys, I've said it a million times. I looked in my mom's eyes and watched her say, Jehovah's going to kill me over and over and over while they were hauling her down a hall in like an engine carrier. And she's like, Jehovah's going to kill me. Jehovah's going to kill me. And I said, why, Mom? And she goes, I can't go out door to door, Dan. And I'm like, Mom, you had a stroke and they're carrying you like a motor. How the hell are you going to go out in service? And she died like that. My dad died.
And Tony Morris said that if you don't go out in service in 3 weeks, you're going to lose your life.
Yeah, he said you're going to be bloody. He was graphic.
You get blood in your hands, you're going to lose your life.
Rip off you.
Sure did.
And now they don't even have the counting time.
Yeah, it's okay now.
Yeah, now you won't die. Never mind.
You take blood fractions now too, you know. But
Yeah, that was a big one for me.
Yeah.
Because if I was born in the 70s, I would be dead. But in the 80s, it was a conscience matter.
Yeah.
Okay,
off topic.
We got a caller coming in. Margarita, go ahead. Margarita, go ahead. Hello.
Do you
Hi.
hear me?
We can hear you.
Do you hear me? Great. I'm a bit shy. I call from Finland.
Oh, wow. Finland.
It's 7 o'clock in the morning here. I have had a very lovely night with you. And this topic is very good. I want to thank you very, very much. Myself, I have very colorful past. I was raised as a Jehovah's Witness. My dad was an alcoholic and aggressive one. And well, it's too long story. I can't tell it all now. But my road went from Finland to France. I wanted to escape. And there was 3 times when I was young, I tried to take my life. I spent a lot of time in hospitals. Before I understood, I learned to use computer, and I found a story about the Barbara Anderson. And I wake up to understand what had happened to myself. But then life happens sometime. You just can't handle. Surprises happen, and I was forced to come back in Finland. My son was about to die in acute leukemia, blood cancer. And I lost my friend's marriage, and I lost everything. And I was forced to come back to the place from where I did escape. And for me, alcohol was a way to survive many years. And now I have been almost 14 years sober.
Wow.
I went through a clinic in Finland. Yes, we Finnish people, we drink a lot. It's in our blood, genetics. And I do have a lot of stories about alcohol when I was young. itchy and so on. But I just want to tell to everyone that when I was 30-year-old and 35, I thought that I can't never to become a human being. The way how I saw and felt life by the brainwashing. And now I'm an old lady, almost 60, and I have found my truth and my peace. My mom died 3 years ago. He's Jehovah's Witness was. And we are 5 children. I am the only one who got out from there. The day my mom died, I became dead for my sisters and brothers. They are all Jehovah's Witnesses. I just wanted to call you and thank you very much. This is a very, very good place to come for people. And it's a long time I have been trying to find courage to give my voice as a one person. And so maybe one day I tell my whole story somewhere.
I hope you do. And I hope you write a book about it.
Yeah.
Because you've overcome.
Yeah, we would love to hear your story.
Yeah, 14 years sober. That's phenomenal.
Yes. Oh, I want to say something, but my son had twice acute leukemia, and to be about to lose your children twice.
Oh man.
And he's still alive, and he belongs to the biggest risk group to get ill again. And this is the way how I live day by day, wondering what will happen next. But a lot of life have happened to me instead that I have created the life. Let's put it that way. Sometimes life brings you surprises and make you naked, that you can wake up and find your way, I guess. Yeah, to realize a lot of things.
Yeah.
Okay. I thank you very much. And
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for you too. And I love the way how you handle the people who are calling in completely drunk. It's great. Okay. I continue listening and give the voice for other people too, okay?
Okay, come back and share again.
Yeah.
Okay, please, and please write a book.
Thank you, sister. Yes, it was nice to talk to you.
I will. It's just that because during the night time I can't talk too much because people, this is old building, so the voices goes everywhere.
Got it. Yeah.
Finland. Wow.
Finland.
Yes. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks for sharing. Sleep well.
Well, thank you, Margarita. My goodness gracious, we have so many people calling in from all over the world. And maybe you're next. What would you like to say? Have you been disappointed by the Watchtower? Do you know people that have been over drinking in the Watchtower? Did you go to gatherings, weddings? Maybe you guys have something to share with us. We'd love to hear from you. If not, let's hear from Dick and Constance. Go ahead, Dick.
Well, actually, it's me, Rick. I was going to say, in reference to, there's so much issues with regards to sexual abuse inside the organization with pedophilia. Rich has shared this story, but I'd like to share it. He stepped out of the room for just a minute, but I'd like to share it for the new listeners. Mark Paulo was someone that was a personal friend of yours, Rick, and also Rich's. And he was sexually abused by Leo Greenleaf, who was a governing body member of the Watchtower Society. And my Mark, who had been my previous husband, had been sexually abused. He was not a witness, but he had been sexually abused. So this topic of sexual abuse comes very close to my heart, and my heart goes out to people who are sexually abused. But what I wanted to say is a lot of times the victims of sexual abuse how they cope with that trauma is either alcohol or drugs or a combination.
That's right.
Because it's such horrific trauma. It really is.
Yeah,
well, in Mark Paulo's case, you know, he had mentioned to Rich that he had been sexually abused. And at first, it was so overwhelming. You know, Rich didn't believe him. He thought he was, you know, like, oh, come on, you know, Mark, come on. Well, as time went on, you know, Rich realized that Mark Paulo was actually telling him the absolute truth. It was a governing body member named Leo Greenleaves who had sexually abused him down in the tunnels of Bethel in New York City when he was a child. Rich just walked in. How old was Mark when he was sexually abused, Rich?
I think he was 7.
He was about 7. And his parents were Finnish translators,
Yes.
right, in Bethel. So the point, Rich just walked in, but the point I wanted to make, and I'm sure Rich can elaborate, is, you know, he had Mark Paulo had a horrific alcohol problem because of the abuse. That's the point. And he had been married to a woman and had a family. And the thing is that he was never, ever disfellowshipped. Okay. And he was a baptized brother, right? Okay. He was baptized. So you think, well, why in the world wasn't he disfellowshipped? So I'm going to turn it over to Rich and he can tell you why he was not disfellowshipped. So here we go.
Yeah, when Mark first told me his story, we were drinking together, and we had a lot of beers that night. And he told me, he said, you know, I was raped by a governing body member. I said, Mark, come on. No, he said, I'm telling you the truth. I was raped by a governing body member. Well, I said, okay. You know, I didn't want to, you know, push it any longer. But later on, I started cleaning up my act and eventually became a ministerial servant and the whole bit. So I told the elders, I said, look, I was drunk with this guy many times. And his wife was screaming to the elders, do something, because he's drunk all the time. And Mark's mother actually was living in Brady, the next town over. And she was telling the others, you got to do something. You got to help my son. He's drunk all the time. Well, come to find out, years later, they knew he was drunk. He drove drunk. He was drunk almost every single day of his life till he sobered up, which was towards the end of his life. And the elders never did anything to him. And I asked the elders about it. They said, well, we're working on it, or, you know, it's being handled. That's what they say. It's being handled. That's the way they kick the can down the road. The fact was, they felt that if they just fellowshipped him, it'd start screaming about green sleeves and the governing body, and that would cast aspersions on the governing body, and they didn't want it. It was a cover-up. Thank you.
Yeah, so that says a lot. I mean, you know, he was in so much pain from all the sexual abuse. That was his coping mechanism, right or wrong. That was his coping mechanism. Just like my previous Mark was the same thing. But the thing is that he wasn't disfellowshipped because the elders knew he knew too much about the dirt behind the curtain of the Watchtower, that it was a governing body member that raped him. And so he had leverage. He had leverage on the society, he had leverage on the governing bodies, and he also had leverage over the elders, because he knew that if he was ever disfellowshipped, he was going to blow the whistle. And of course, Watchtower's all about their image. Like, who knows this? Does anybody else know this information? It's all about image. So I think the audience really needs to know how this organization is so corrupt and how they really operate.
When they say don't bring approach upon Jehovah, Jehovah means themselves.
We have the truth and all this stuff, and they expect, and the governing body expects you to follow them. Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, who are these people kidding? I mean, of course, they're not kidding me. I never was a witness. I studied very briefly until I got out of it because I saw just how corrupt it was. This was back in the early 90s when I was in there. And even just the little bit of control that I saw that they had, I thought, no way, I'm getting out. So I did. I got out of it. I didn't continue my studies. I didn't do any more with it. But, yeah, I mean, the governing body, I mean, they think, oh, you need to listen to us like they're so perfect and so mighty. But yet, well, just like us, they're human too. And they're made out of skin, flesh, and blood too.
Yeah.
So what makes them any more different than anybody else? You know, I mean, they're just people.
That's right.
Well, that's what God didn't choose them.
Right. Well, that's what makes this show so powerful, because we can come on and we can actually tell the truth. See, Watchtower doesn't want the average rank and file to know this. That's why when you're disfellowshipped, you are cut off from your entire family forever. They don't want you to know. So that's what's so powerful about us coming on here. We're not actors. We're actually, former JWs telling the truth. And when people see the truth about this organization, what it does is they're able to take their power back and say, you know what? This is a bunch of crap that I'm believing. And, I really don't want any part of it, because this whole organization is all about bondage and oppression. And I have to drink to be able to survive in this organization. And something's wrong with that. It really, really is.
And not only that, but think about the suicides. I mean, when someone disfellowshipping is a thing where if somebody's disfellowshipped, they're more likely to commit suicide. Maybe not everybody does it, but there are people who do. And
many are.
Either going to alcoholism or have suicidal thoughts, and before you know it, they're dead because they can't handle fellowshipping, because they're told it's a loving arrangement. Well, there's no love in that. I mean, if somebody's down and they're going through a hard time, you don't kick them out. You try to help them. You try to do what you can to help them, not isolate them and put them in their own little prison forever.
Exactly.
Right. And the thing I'd like to just say, I mean, I had a mother that was an alcoholic, and she finally did get it together. But let me tell you, it's a slow death. I'm not talking about an occasional drink. I'm talking about an alcoholic. Okay? It is a slow death, because you know what the line's going to end up being. And so I think about all the witnesses that are in there, and they're using alcohol as a coping mechanism. That's a red alert. It's like a red flag. Something seriously wrong when you have to have this love affair with the bottle just to be able to cope day in and day out. And it's a slow death.
I wonder if the governing body has ever thought about this one. Just recently, with all the changes in the Watchtower, I mean, like right now all of a sudden they can wear beards now. Well, the guys were all taught beards were a sin, or you can't have a beard, blah, blah, blah. Now all of a sudden it's not a sin or whatever. And then, they change stuff. Sometimes I think they change their stuff more than some people change their underwear, but it's like every other day they're like changing something. And it's like, well, wasn't that the truth just not too long ago, and now you're saying it's not?
Well, the point is, if it had God's Holy Spirit, it wouldn't be changing. Okay?
Yeah, that's right.
If the organization had God's Holy Spirit, you wouldn't be flip-flopping, you can have organ donations, now you can't. You can't have blood, but you can have blood transfusions. You can associate, now you can't. This organization does not have God's Holy Spirit. So if it doesn't have God's Holy Spirit, what are you doing wasting your time in it?
Because, like the Bible says, God says, He's the same yesterday, today, and forever. He doesn't change.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. That is exactly right, brother.
And so, this stuff they call new light, all it is, it's not really new light. It's just what they do. They have meetings up in their little offices. They have a big board meeting, or whatever you want to call it. They sit up there and they vote on this stuff. They say, okay, we're going to change this. What do you think? How many say aye? How many say nay? And, whatever. I'm not saying that's exactly how it does, but I think that's how it is. But they do that. Then they come out and say, well, we got new light. A new book just came out. New book, new truth. When all that stuff, it's like there's a couple on YouTube. Oh, what is their names? I can't think of that.
Mike and Kim.
JT and Lady Steve. You heard of them?
No.
Say it again.
JT and Lady Steve, they're ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. And JT said...
Oh, JT and Lady C?
Is from truth to trash.
Truth to trash.
Hmm.
Yeah, what he was referring to is they will release a book and they'll go with it for a good long while. Then all of a sudden it's no longer in print no more. Watchtower's got tons of books that they don't even print no more. Because why? Because it's no longer the truth.
Right.
Well, like the Truth Book. Look at the Truth Book. Look at how many people came into the organization right before 75. I was one, and Rich was one, okay, early 70s. And the Truth Book was the #1 book that the majority of people came into the organization and got baptized. 10 million copies. Yeah, 10 million copies. I mean, the Bible's the #1 book in the world with the most publications, the most copies. And the Truth Book, how I heard it, the Truth Book was the second one. Well, now you go, I mean, Rich and I did a show on that just last week in reference to that. You go through the Truth Book. You don't even have to have your copy. You can go online and see the copy of not just the Truth Book, but any publication Watchtower has. I can look it up, but my friend gave it to me, and even Dan Clark knows it. But anyway, there's a website. You can go on and you can check all the publications. Watchtower took all those away from the brothers and sisters. Why is that? Well, it's because none of the prophecies came true. And you can Truth Book, chapter 11, Rick, was it 11 or 14? 11. And it was talking about, well, this is the true religion, how you can identify the characteristics of the true religion. And, you know, you can just dissect that and realize that it's not truthful. Oh, we're separate from the world. Really? Well, then tell me why you're involved in the United Nations, right?
Right.
Yeah, why are they having their hands out for money every time they get to, you watch, because they're always, it's like right now, with all the trouble they're in, they're wanting their, on one side of their mouth, they're saying, the world is Satan's system of things and all that stuff, and the governments are part of Satan and all that stuff. On one side of their mouth, but then on the other side of their mouth, oh, by the way, Mr. Satan, we need our money, so here, let me hold out my hands so you can hand me my millions of dollars I need for my charitable status.
That's right.
And it's just a big fraud, is what it is.
Well, it is. And the thing is, when people really realize that they're nothing more than just puppets and recruiters for an organization that's all about greed, they're going to use and abuse you and throw you away after you've given up your whole life, blood, sweat, and tears, and there's absolutely no gratitude, no respect, no appreciation. They just follow the money with Watchtower. When people wake up about that, there's no way you could be a part of this. There's just absolutely no way. Just look at their characteristics. All they do, they're begging for money like crazy. Okay, when I was them,
I would love for a diabetic Jehovah's Witness to do this. I would love for a diabetic Jehovah's Witness, because I'm a diabetic. I'm a type 1 diabetic. But I would love a diabetic Jehovah's Witness. Call the Watchtower and say, I need some help. I can't afford my medicine. Could you help me pay for it? You know what they're going to tell you? They're going to tell you to go somewhere. They're going to tell you to go to they're going to tell you to go to some other place and do it, because they're not going to give you the money. They're not going to help you.
Go to the world. Go to the world and get it.
Yeah. And if I was that Watchtower person, or if I was that Jehovah's Witness, you know what I'd tell them then? I'd say, you know what? I think I will go down to the church down the street, because I know they'll help me. Then hang up.
Yeah. And you guys, the name of the company is the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society. It's a publishing organization.
Yeah.
Like, that's all you're cared about is money.
Mm-hmm.
It's bullshit.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's okay.
It is crap. Yeah.
Did you ever hear Rick's show in reference to 9/11? I mean, I've been out of the organization.
I haven't. No, I haven't.
Oh my gosh! You know what? You should listen to it, because it really showed the true colors of Watchtower. When 9/11 hit and the towers were crumbling down, okay, and people were literally running for their lives, okay, because the airplanes crashed into it, and people were screaming going through New York City. I'm a Californian, okay, so I've never been in that part of New York. But anyway, the Hudson River? And people got on the boats on the Hudson River and scrambling like crazy. You know what Watchtower did? Watchtower closed their doors. They're right there at 25 Columbia Heights. They closed their doors, and all these people needed so much help. They closed their doors. They didn't do anything to help anyone. Now, what does that tell you?
I'll give you the answer to that one. Yep. Watchtower is going to stand before Christ, and he's going to tell them, they're going to say, well, didn't we do this in your name? Didn't we do that in your name?
Yep. Exactly.
He's going to say, depart from me, you workers of iniquity.
Of lawlessness, right? Iniquity. Yep. That's exactly what Watchtower did. So the thing is, where is the love, right? They say, oh, well, we give it the Watchtower and the Wake magazine. No, when people are scrambling for their lives, the magazines aren't going to help anybody, okay? People are literally running for their lives. They could have opened up their doors, like Rick said. They could have opened up their doors at 25 Columbia Heights, let people come on in where they would have been safe. That would have been the great public relations thing to do, to make Watchtower look really shiny. But they didn't do anything. They closed their doors and locked their doors so nobody could come in at all. Okay? That says a lot. That says volumes about this organization. And you think it's based on love? Oh my God, people, please wake up. Please wake up.
In the comment section, to go along with what you two are saying.
They lay down the Watchtower magazine, and they need to go read the actual Bible by itself, not without Watchtower's aid.
In the comment section, somebody made a really good point of what you guys are talking about. If I can find it, his name was Jay. I can't find the oh, here it is. The Watchtower used to say they would be the last religion standing, but I think they might be the first to go. And I have to agree, because of all the religions getting scrutinized right now, they're certainly under fire. But I just like to include, it was a good comment. Thank you, Jay.
Yeah, good comment.
Is that our old friend Jay? Oh man, Jay, if that's you, I love you. I miss you.
Hey, Dan.
Yes.
I wanted to ask Dan a question. Dan, I wanted to ask you a question. This is Gilbert about the alcohol.
Okay.
I mentioned earlier, kind of everybody's opinion, but my whole thing about getting out of Watchtowers, I've learned that Alcoholics Anonymous, always tell everybody, is pretty much the best little religion out there, because at least they teach you how to confess. And once you learn how to confess openly to yourself, to God or whoever, but really just to yourself, then you can start fixing all of your problems. And you can confess anything, but confess to yourself. But because Jehovah's Witnesses have a habit of not confessing anything openly, privately, just in the back room, I think that right there is part of the problem with alcoholism in the Jehovah's Witness religion, because they can't even admit it to themselves.
Oops.
And I got my brother Jesse, I remember I used to tell him all the time, but Jesse, you were an idolater, just face it. And he would get mad at me. But it took years. And then my brother Jesse's like, yeah, I was a worshiper of men. But you have to, once you start getting in the habit of just looking at the mirror and just letting loose, just say it.
That's a big thing, Gilbert.
Yeah.
That's what the Bible scripture for that is bring it into the light. Bring all the shit in the light. It's going to come to the light anyway, whether you run over somebody and kill them, or, you end up a drunk and you lose your family. It's going to eventually come to light. But I think what the 12-step did for me, AA and different ones, was help me see that I had a problem. I didn't believe I had a problem until I heard other people share their problems. And I saw people a lot worse off than me, like in Red Cross shelters. I saw people that I felt like were unrecoverable. But you're right, Gilbert. The minute you bring it into the light, you bring it up, And this is what most alcoholics won't do. That's why they call it denial. You can talk to a guy that's run over 2 children. He went into a wall. He lost his job. He just got divorced, and he knocked the hell out of his kids. And you say, you might have a problem, and he's going to go off on you.
But the Watchtower taught you not to look at those things. They don't want you to talk about it.
That's the point.
That's what you said earlier, Gilbert. That's
what I mean. In the back room, you
Right.
put it under a basket. You hide it. You say, hey, don't talk about it. I forget what you said, Gilbert. You said, don't talk, don't tell, or something. That's a great
Don't
way
ask,
of
don't
saying
tell.
it.
Don't
Yeah,
ask, don't
don't
tell.
ask,
Yeah.
don't
Yeah.
tell. And so it never gets to the surface. And honestly, if my alcohol would have got to the surface in the Kingdom Hall, I wouldn't have been an alcoholic. I could have dealt with it there if there was some provision like that. But it was cool. One thing why the 12-step works is because when you tell them you're an alcoholic, when you say, hey, I'm Dan, I'm an alcoholic, they go, welcome, Dan. And then when you talk for 20 minutes, there's no judgment.
No.
They all have the same sickness. So that's what makes it beautiful. Everyone, when you're done talking, you say, yeah, I run over 2 kids and I did this and I beat my wife, had to death, and you get done.
Dan.
They say, thank you,
Yeah.
Dan.
Yeah.
And it's a beautiful thing.
And you don't have to be perfect. Like, in our churches, right? Worldwide Church of God and Jehovah's Witness, you're expected to be absolutely perfect. Otherwise, you're not good enough for Jehovah, right? For God. And so that's when you're finally able to say, it's okay that I'm not perfect and God still loves me. It's a freeing moment. It's very freeing because same in my church, you have to be perfect. And I don't know, Jehovah only accepts your best and all these kind of shithole things. No, Jehovah loves you just right where you're at. That's the real truth.
Yeah, you kind of feel like this when you say something. You're like kind of like this. I'm going to tell you, and you're all going to judge me. And then they go, thank you, Dan. And nobody fixes you. Nobody crosstalks. Nobody interferes with you. It's a beautiful thing.
It is.
And you just get to say whatever you want. You get to put your head down and ramble on. Some of them have a timer where you talk so long and because you want to give other people an opportunity. But I think there's just something about, like you said, Gilbert, confessing, getting it out in the open, put some light on it. Then you find out, hey,
it's free.
I have a whole lot of people have this problem. And I just happen to be one that it's poison. Like Eric said, it's poison to me.
And everyone's acceptable in there.
And look how Watchtower handles it. Like when you're at your lowest, they kick you when you're down.
Yeah.
And then what, I'm not trying to praise the Catholic Church, but at least you go and talk to some guy in a box and he doesn't see you and you confess your sin and you do, I don't know, the Hail Marys and make, whatever. It's a lot. It's an unjudgmental setting. And I don't even think that's necessary because Christ is our mediator. But at least it just shows how extreme Watchtower is and how unloving they are.
Somebody's trying
No,
to
they're
talk.
not extreme. This is my theory. They're not extreme. They're evil because they know that if they teach their members to confess, they're going to lose power. So by them having a bunch of people that don't confess, that don't look in the mirror and say, I'm fat, I'm ugly, I'm whatever, just confess anything. And they're always hiding things. Then that's how they have control over them.
You're right.
Mm.
You're right.
They're evil. They know this.
They do.
This is what I've come to realize.
You're really onto something, Gilbert. It's like that Michael Jackson song where he says, if you want to change your world in yourself, you got to look in the mirror first. I'm not saying it right, but
right.
Well, one thing that the 12 steps does teach people is that they have to be honest with themselves and they have to be honest with other people. And I like what you said, Gilbert, because, people can be in denial. Say they have a problem, drugs, alcohol, whatever the case might be, porn, whatever it is. If they're in denial about their own issue and Watchtower's, keeping everything secret and encouraging that in the culture, then why would people have to be honest? So that's the problem. You have to be honest with yourself first if you really want to make a change with having, this monkey on your back. Because a lot of times, somebody has an addictive personality. Sometimes there's a genetic predisposition. Sometimes it runs through families and generations. Okay, it does. But the thing is that, they can pull a line of crap over anybody
you know, and lie and lie and lie. And they think, wow, I got away with this. Or even in the organization, oh, no, I'm not an alcoholic. I might have a couple drinks. Well, they know it's more than just a couple drinks. The bottom line is, in order for people to change, nobody can change them. A person has to come to look at themselves in the mirror, like you say, with regards to Michael Jackson's song. I love that song, by the way. But anyway, you have to take a really good look at yourself in the mirror, and you have to say, you know what? I really do have a problem. I don't like the way my life is. I need to be honest with myself, because if I'm not honest with myself, nothing's going to change. And I really have, you know, a lot to live for. I have to change. I have to be honest with myself first, before I be honest with my wife or my kids, my family, whatever, congregation, whatever. So 12 steps, really, that's one of the 12 steps, to be honest with yourself and with others.
And that explains why Dan and Angela were at the convention and the elder lied to them in front of their face. He is in a habit of lying. You're right, what you just said. So that explains it. And and this is why you have to call out liars, because you have to personally hate the lie. And the more you tell yourself the truth and you refuse the lie, well, it's going to set us up for success in the future in our lives. We don't know how, but it just will. But that explains why our Jehovah's Witness brothers can lie to you in your face like they did to Dan. Because it's like atrophy. Their muscles, they don't exercise that muscle. Yeah, they're weak.
And they want you to lie to yourself. They want you to lie to yourself so you stay weak.
That theocratic warfare is, excuse me, Angela, that theocratic warfare is where Watchtower, that blew me away when I found that out. Theocratic warfare, what, they can lie or omission of truth, and yet that's okay because it's so-called theocratic? No, call it out for what it is. It's lying.
Yeah, they lie in court. I mean,
of the lies.
You got to take it to another level, guys. It's sorcery. And I'm going to tell you what the hell sorcery is. Everybody makes it sound like it's, you know, demonic and all this bullshit. But I'm going to tell you what sorcery is. Sorcery is when you take source energy, which is God creative energy that comes to me, and I choose to lie. When I choose to lie, that's sorcery. When I choose to stab you in the back, that's sorcery. When I choose to manipulate and screw your head over, tell you white's black and black's white, that is sorcery, guys. It's not as simple. You know, we make sorcery into this thing that, oh, that's black magic and Ouija boards. Sorcery is the wrong use of God-given energy, source energy that comes from the source. And we manufacture shit, we twist it, we manipulate it. That's why I say a lot of times witnesses, the governing body, are dark sorcerers. And it's like Gilbert said, and everyone said on here, they know what the hell they're doing. They know how to keep people in trauma. They're running a trauma show right now. They're scaring the shit out of them. When we were in that assembly, that was frightening. Even me, I watched it. I thought, what are they doing? Why are they showing prison camps? What the hell? What are they showing brothers locked up and Hitler and bringing all that bullshit back into their heads and all that stuff that's in the past? But the whole thing, the whole drama, the whole second day, Sunday, was fleeing and running and going back to your home. I should have left when Jehovah said left. My house is burned to the ground. And, you know, it was like, what the hell are they doing? But the Bible says this. Sorcerers turn to dark magic. If you don't turn your ass around, if you don't fix your shit, you start growing crooked. The Bible says the tree that don't start going great, if you look at a liar and he don't stop lying, like my brother was a pathological liar. And when I say, hey, Phil, you know, maybe you ought to look at, lying and stuff. He couldn't stop. He fell in love with his lies. He grew crooked. He didn't even know, he didn't know truth from falsehood anymore. And this is what's happening with governing body. And what bothers me about it is people are getting in line for this fucking position of governing body, to lie more, to manipulate poor. How could people love screwing people's heads over? How could people love telling them white's black and black? How could people be like that guy in that assembly that was looking at me like a jerk, that was, looking at me in the face going, you're totally wrong.
Bald face lie.
Bald face with a smile on his face. It was like I wanted to knock the smile off his face. And then I look at this assembly and I'm thinking, what's going on in here?
Hey Dan, and Angela, I got a question for you guys. I've always been curious, just how many people actually, literally 100% believe what Watchtower is telling them. I know they say they have like 800 million people, something like that, or not 800 million, 8 million members, 8.5 million people. I wonder just how many of those actually, literally, really, no heart, nothing held back, actually really believe what they're being taught.
Boy.
Well, I think that
Good
at least
question.
right now that there's a big falling away going on personally. So that's one issue. But it's interesting what we've all been talking about. When you start lying, I almost feel like that God turns you over to that line. In other words, that you're now okay, well, if that's what road you choose to go on, like a prodigal son, I'm letting you to it. And then it's like turning you over to Satan. It's like until you get that out of your system. And so they literally become the people of the lie, if you will. It's like they're stuck now in this world of lying.
Yes.
And it's
a web of lies.
It's a world of lies.
Yeah. Because you guys that were witnesses, you guys have been told for years and years and years, the new system's just right around the corner. Armageddon's just around the corner.
Yeah.
Just wait. Don't go to college. Don't have kids. Don't start a career. Don't do your hobbies. Hold that until the new system, because it's just right around the corner.
Yeah. So you live in denial, which is lying. You're lying to yourself.
Yeah.
You know where I got that understanding of this?
Members never were accountable for that.
Right.
Yeah. You know where I got that?
They even said, I think they even said in a video that they won't apologize for stuff. I don't remember which video it was.
That's right.
But they even said they don't apologize.
No, they're too arrogant.
They said we're not going to apologize. We don't have to. I mean, I've saw the video. You know, one of the books that I read a long time ago is called Black and White Magic by Franz Hartmann. And basically it breaks down what black magic is. And it isn't all Ouija boards. It is the wrong use of God-given energy, which is what we breathe with, and which what beats our heart. It's what moves our tongue.
The truth.
It's what makes our mind work. And when we use it for other reason than truth and integrity, we're using it in a dark way. If we lie to somebody, we're using it in a dark way. There's so many ways of using it, but I never thought of it that way. But then when I thought of Watchtower, willingly lying, I mean, these men standing in line after they've seen 100 years of false prophecy, they got books like we do. They can see the thing, but their egos are so strong. They want to get in positions of power. They're narcissists. They want to get into power. They want to lead people. They want to herd people. They're cult. It's a cult.
And then you know how it is that people become
Sorry.
Like when we had President Kennedy, everybody tried to be good in the world, and then we got a bad president, and everybody kind of follows suit. We become like the leader that we're following. So the people have become like their leaders. That's the way it works.
That's a good point. It's a new level of lying now. I mean, the little lies, but now it's bald-faced lying, and it's like I'm going to say it like Angela just said. They're training the people to lie.
They are.
They're saying it's okay to lie for Jehovah.
That's right.
I mean, isn't that amazing, guys?
It's amazing. They become the people of the lie. Their father's the devil. And he's a liar. And so they become the lie. They're lying all over the place. All the people.
And what does the Bible say? All liars will have their portion in the lake of fire.
That's right. And they will not inherit.
It's going to be okay for them to lie for God. If God allows lying, then they're saying God contradicts his own words.
Right.
Good point.
Yeah.
They're deceivers, and one thing that they're guilty of when Dan's talking about sorcery that I thought of is that we all have a pineal gland, our third eye, or pineal. I don't know how to say it. It's right around here, and they have calcified that with all their indoctrination. They have
point.
They have basically the witnesses that aren't waking up, they are disconnecting their relationship with God.
You're right.
And so to give an example, an analogy, that because I'm a geek, would be like Lord of the Rings, where Sauron had all these orcs, but they were mindless. They just followed blindly. They didn't have a mind of their own. They just, whatever master said, what does the eye say? And it's what does Watchtower say? Whatever the chariot, it's on the move. But they have to adapt, and they're not using their minds. It's like zombies. You know, that's what we're dealing with.
Yeah, they'd have eyes that didn't see. I like I don't know if anybody's ever watched The Matrix, but
Yes.
I don't know if you remember when they asked Neo, "Do you want what was it? The blue pill is the truth?"
That's why I had a show called the Red Pill from the Watchtower, because it was the red pill that he wakes up.
Yes. So we're all given this choice to wake up, right, or sleep, right? And the Bible said
The blue pill is to sleep, and the red pill is to wake.
That's right.
Yeah. So he says, hey, if you take the red pill, you're going to wake up, you're going to see life as it really is, or you can take the blue pill and go back to sleep.
And go back to normal.
And a lot of Watchtower people, guys, haven't you had a damn tap on your shoulder that said this is bullshit? That's the Holy Spirit. You get this tap, says, hey, are you ready to wake up? Do you want to come out of there? And you say, no, I'm on the blue pill. I want to go back to sleep. I think a lot of the witnesses are sleeping. Well, Neo takes the red pill, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he shoots down through this birth canal. It's really what they call, the born again moment.
Like a rebirth.
Yep. And what happens is this machine unprograms them. And the programs would be like Watchtower programs, all the bullshit they've been feeding us, the feeding tube, which is governing body, being connected.
Yeah.
So this machine undoes it,
taking all
off his neck. And he wakes up and he looks over and he sees all these incubators. And he asks Morpheus, he says, what the hell's that? He goes, oh, those are all the people that are awake on one side in Watchtower. And these are all the people, but they're sleeping in the real reality.
And the reality was so scary for him, right? When you take that pill, but it was worth it in the end, but his reality completely changed.
Yes. And he says, Morpheus, he says, my eyes are hurting. And Morpheus says, it's because you've never used them.
Never used them.
And it's true.
Beautiful.
It's true. Until we decide, here's the big thing, guys. We all have to choose at some point in our life that we want truth over falsehood. And that is the turning point. That is the born again moment. That is Dr. David R. Hawkins said, the line of integrity is I want truth over falsehood. The line of integrity is I'm an alcoholic and I need help. And that's a consciousness over 200 where you get well. That's another topic. But it's a consciousness that we begin to get well when we admit that we're sick. And it's the beginning, but it starts with integrity. Well, so it goes back to, I've gotten tapped on the shoulder many times in Watchtower by myself, my conscious saying, something's wrong in here. These guys lied. They're not this generation prophecy. What do you mean we got new information? What do you mean it's not going to happen in 70 years?
It never made sense to me either, guys.
Yeah. And so I said,
I asked my grandfather and my mother after the convention, and I said, what is this new light? And they're like, we don't know.
Oh, wow.
Back to sleep. Let me get you a pillow.
Dan?
Yep.
Yes.
Hey, Dan?
Yes.
Hey, it's me, Ron.
Hey, Ron.
Hi,
How
Ron.
you doing?
Yeah, Ron Lewis. I just great conversation. I don't mean to jump in on your conversation, so I'll let you finish your thought. But
no, go ahead.
Things maybe I can add. Hi everyone. I just great show. What a wonderful topic and an overwhelming response from everybody. This is just great. This is fantastic.
Thanks,
But to kind of add to your thought a little bit, you were saying the Watchtower says new light, and Jesus, who came here for the purpose of showing us where we are and who we are. And we are all divine children of God. We just have forgotten that. And when he said, you are the light of the world, there's no Watchtower light or this light. We're the light. And we just have to learn to resonate in tune with the light, because we are a vibration. We've been vibrated into being. That light is more than just visible light. It's a frequency that lives us. And so we are the light. So everything that we need, we already have within us. And people look outside themselves to take on an identity of something else. Like maybe they look for love. Well, we are already love living us. Why would you look for something outside yourself that you already are? We are happiness. So why would you look for something outside yourself to make you happy when all you have to do is discover that happiness that we already are within us? And the thing is that applies to everything. If you look outside yourself for Jehovah's Witnesses to make you feel good about paradise, you know what? Paradise is here. We just have to tap into it again. So why look outside yourself for, like, for instance, a watchtower, which I did for years and years because I was born into that. And I'm going to get into that in just a second about being born into something. But the thing is looking at the watchtower to make us happy, we already are happy. So looking to alcohol to make us happy, we are already happy. Looking to a relationship, to turn somebody into our happiness slave. You know, that's so unloving. We already are happiness. We already are love. And when Jesus said, to deny ourselves, he meant deny our old worldly programming. And he said that if you want to save your life in this old system world, we will lose our life. But if we lose our life, our old program self, we will gain life, because then we can resonate in tune with who we are. And there is no government, no religion or money that can make us happy, right? Because the only government that will ever work is self-government in the minds and hearts of those who are conscious of their true divine nature and their true divine identity. Jesus came to teach identity. That's why he said, happy are the peacemakers, for they shall be called children of the Most High, because that's who we are. We are divine children of the Most High. Love your enemies, pray for those who persecute you. What's the reason? The main reason, he says in the next part of that verse, so that you may be children of the Most High. See, we do it because of who we are. We are that. We don't do to get, we don't do to become, but we do because of who we are. You know, in Daniel 2:44, it says, in the days of those kings, the God Almighty, and this isn't word for word, but God Almighty will set up a kingdom that will never come to ruin. And what kingdom has ever been in this old world that has ever solved anything? Because what God is talking about is the kingdom that he will set up is self-government. We have to become conscious of our true divine light that resonates within us. And we can overcome anything. We can overcome religion. We can overcome government. We can overcome alcohol, all the things. We can overcome our own victimhood, because people take on either an identity of a victim in the old world, an identity of a sickness, an identity of a sinner. Like you go to a church and they go, oh, you're a sinner, you're a sinner. You have to like bow down and bury your head into the dust and ask for God for forgiveness so he don't punish you and or accept Jesus and all this. This is just not the way it is, because what did Jesus say? Go and sin no more. Don't take on, what he was saying is go and don't take on the identity of a sinner anymore. Don't take on the identity, oh, I'm an alcoholic. And I know I know that there's some good programs out there. I'm not knocking AA when they said, hey, I'm Ron and I'm an alcoholic or whatever they say. I understand that those programs have done a lot of good. So I'm not here to judge different programs. I'm not even here to judge people if they want to have a drink or two or whatever. What I'm saying is that when we resonate in tune with our true divine nature and our true divine identity, all this other stuff will just fall away. It'll fade away because there is nothing stronger than consciousness of who we are as God's divine children and our true divine nature. It's like James said, you look in the mirror and you see that you're a divine child of God, but then you go out in all the distractions in the world, you forget during the day. We cannot forget it. We have to always remember who we are. I'm done. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to.
No, thank you for your comment, brother. It's to go along with what you're saying. Watchtowers, they almost seem like the Antichrist because we're being taught, or the witnesses are being taught the opposite of our example or our model.
Yep. How we doing on time?
Watchtower.
Yeah, how we doing on time, Rick?
Well, yeah. In fact, we can kind of wrap this program up. Give it about 10 more minutes, and then let's end it here. Yeah, that's good. Give it about 10 more minutes. Yep.
Can I make a comment
Okay,
on
Watchtower, Dan, can I just make one more point and then I'm going to get off?
Yeah, hang on. I want to comment Ron, about what you said too.
What's that, Dan?
I wanted to make a comment on what you said. I just want to elaborate.
Oh, good, Dan. Go.
Let me just
go
say
ahead,
this.
please,
I wanted to
Dan,
say
go
this
ahead.
in kind of closing. I want to say this in kind of closing to go along with what Ron said. What the hell does the Bible mean when it says, take your light, get it out from under the basket and put it on top of the hill? What light? What light? Why did Jesus say you're the light of the world? That is a great question. And I want to say this. I just want to say we're greater. We are greater than any type of substance abuse. We are not our substance abuse. And I want to say this. I wrote this down, but I want to say, let me see what I got here. I got something here. Oh, I wanted to say, and I say this a lot, I was knitted together by God in the womb. I was, and so were you. We're not shit junk. We're not what Watchtower told us. We're not what religion programs us.
Good for nothing.
We are good and very good. And the only, but what we have to do is we've been on our prodigal journey. We've been, like Ron said, looking for God here, looking for God there, going to these stupid religion, putting ourselves under men. And that's not what it said. It said, you're the light. Return home. Return home. Come out from all this superstition and falsehood. Come home. You're a light. You're made in God's image and likeness. You're amazing. You're going to find your gifts. But here's the thing. We got to choose to come home. We got to choose the damn blue pill or the red pill. Blue pill, I think.
Red pill.
The red pill.
Red pill.
We've got to come home. Or we'll stay on our prodigal journeys. If we want to be tutored by a bunch of crazy men, keep doing what you're doing. Keep jumping from church to church and go to the next youth pastor, the next this pastor, and let him tell you all the garbage he tells you. But the truth of it is, when you return home, then the light can begin to shine through you. You become that light. You're at home. You're connected to source. And then you're a force for good because it's a direct connection. I and the Father are one. That's what we're moving into, divine union.
Yeah, like somebody said that the Watchtower is not supposed to be the light. We are the light of the world.
That's right. That's all waiting for us, guys.
I love it.
And God brought me back from homeostasis. He put my mind back together. He gave me a beautiful wife. He gave me everything. I don't lack for nothing. I think that's his testimony for God that he can restore us back to wholeness. And I chose that. I said, I want truth over falsehood. I don't want the blue pill anymore. I want the red pill. Give me the red pill. I don't care what it looks like. Like Gilbert said tonight too. He said, hell, just face it. Just say it. Just say it. I got some problems. I need some help. And all the help, all of heaven, all the company of heaven, all the angels will come if we'll just say, hey, I need a little help here. You find out you're not alone. The guy you're talking to says, hey, I had the same problem 5 years ago. Come on, man, I'll take you under my wing. There's all sorts of help. But like Ron said, if we don't want a light, if we don't want to know about the light, if we don't care about the light, then we remain in darkness. We have the shutters over our head. We have the veils on. We have eyes that can't see. We have ears that can't hear, and life sucks.
Yeah, we want that red fire pill. Red means hot. Cold is blue. Cold water, hot water. We want the hot water. We want to be hot. We want to be bright. We want to be light on the hill, shining our light. Hot.
Remember, when we come back home, God said, everything I have is yours. Everything I have, everything is yours. That's divine union. That's the promise. That's a promise. You know, and Jesus said, my father's like this. My father's like this. He had 2 sons. One went away. Hey, I loved him when he went away. He got off into alcohol and did whatever he did. But when he came home, he was instantly restored and totally restored. Everything. He said he was given the ring. His shame was going to forget it. Just come on in. Let's have a party. And that's the way God is. And that's how I see God now. I don't see God away from me. I feel like I'm part of God. God is part of me. I've invited that temple into my body. I've chosen to be that light. I've said, yeah, I want to be that light, Jesus. I want to be that part of it. I want that light to shine. Get me out of the way. Get Watchtower out of the way.
Dan,
the first thing they did was shook me upside down. When I got out of the Watchtower, I literally had to shake all that stuff out. Go ahead, Eric.
Remember in The Matrix, the bald-headed guy, I forget the actor's name, he wanted to go back in. He was red-pilled and he wanted the blue pill again. Remember that?
Yeah, he wanted all that stuff.
And you know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of like a physically out, mentally in. They've seen the other side. They know and deep down, I know that they still have the indoctrination, but they're returning to the vomit. They're going back to they're choosing to live a false reality, and it's a choice. It's a choice that people do make.
It is.
Yes.
You know, guys, what it reminds me of? I was going to say, what it reminds me is somebody who's in prison and they've been in prison, like say maybe 30 years, and they have the opportunity to come out of prison and be able to learn skills and be a productive member of society. But, you know, a lot of them, they're too afraid to do that. It's like, oh my gosh, now, you know, I got to assimilate with the real world. You know, the worldly people out there, like how JWs would look at it. Oh no, I'd rather just, you know, stay back in prison where I got my 3 meals and I'm in my comfort zone. Right. And I don't really have to work that hard. I know, you know, what's expected of me and I know what's not expected of me. And it's fear. It's like, I'll just go back. I'll just go back to my comfort zone in prison. And the same thing, I was also going to say, the same thing is true. A lot of people don't know this, but when the Jews were in bondage with Pharaoh and God said, let my people go. Well, there were like about 2 to 3 million that went with Moses through the desert to the promised land. But did you know that the majority of them stayed behind? They stayed behind in Egypt. Why do you think that was? Because they were too afraid to see what was a possibility for a better life for them. They just wanted to continue to be in bondage under Egypt, under Pharaoh's, oppression and his bondage, because that was their comfort zone. Well, the same thing is true with witnesses. I mean, what we're talking about tonight, friends, you know, it all depends. It all comes down to you and your choices. And if fear is going to hold you in bondage, you're going to be totally paralyzed. You're never going to reach your full potential in life that God ever gave you to have a wonderful, wonderful life. And I just wanted to add that to what everybody said tonight.
You know, and I want to say
a great point.
You know, Constance, I had a man tell me one time, he said, Dan, most of you's up on the shelf because I was tucked away in the Watchtower. And he said, there's way more to you than you'll ever know. And he was right. And I'm not saying that bragging. I mean, I didn't know I could paint. I could do so many wonderful things, so many gifts. And all of you guys out there are gifted beyond what you'll ever know. But unless you take that step of courage, walk through the fear, feel the fear, go through it anyway, come out the other side, you'll realize what you were fearing was nothing but a bunch of dumbass men. And when you come out, you'll realize God doesn't make junk. And you are powerful and you're good. Jesus said these things and greater you will do. I told a pastor that one time and he got pissed. He said, why do you come to our church and always say that? I said, I didn't say it. Jesus said it. You say you believe in Jesus, but I tell you these and greater things you'll do, and you tell me to get the hell out of your church. And I've been kicked out of a lot of churches for saying
I'm the light
that.
of the world. They don't
Yeah,
like
I'm the
that
light
either.
of the world. I said, Jesus said it. You say you follow Jesus. You don't follow Jesus. You don't even know what he said. You think he just wants to be praised and worshiped. He said you're going to do the things
Well,
he
we
did.
all have a lot of gifts and talents, and that's what's so sad, Dan and Angela and everyone. If you just stay in that rut with Watchtower and you don't progress individually, okay, you don't have a personal integrity to yourself. In other words, you don't have a desire to become the very best person you can possibly be, okay? You just stay in that cult, and it's like you're brain dead. You're totally brain dead. I mean, I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm just being honest, okay?
That's great. That's great.
There's no personal growth in that organization. Someone who is a JW at 20 is the same person as their 75. Why is that? Because they have never, ever developed any skills or talents or gifts that God has given them, because they think that this organization is God's true organization. Then they walk away. They're atheists. They don't want anything to do with God. Well, let me tell you, Watchtower did a great job at destroying your faith in believing God, because God is the one who gives you all these gifts and talents and a brain to use, okay? A brain to use to share your gifts and talents with the world to make it a better world. And you can still have a very fulfilling life. But Watchtower has this grip on you, like an octopus, tentacles wrapped around your throat, and you're supposed to be so happy that it sucks the life out of you, and you're literally dead inside. That is no life. That is no life. This whole illusion with Watchtower is exactly what it is. It's a lie. It's an illusion, and people need to really wake up. I think this is probably one of the best shows, guys, that we have ever done. I want to thank you so much for coming on tonight and giving Rich and I an opportunity to share as well.
You are awesome.
Wow. Well, thank you so much. And you were a part of it too.
And thank you, Dick. Thank you, Eric. Everybody were awesome. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. I mean, we can even do like a part two. We can do part 2, part 3. I mean, look, we've been on 5.5 hours, something like that.
Jeez.
Right?
Did Ron have any final thoughts? I heard Ron.
Yeah. I just wanted to add to what the sister said. That was so awesome. It was perfect. Yeah. Perfect. I just really wanted to thank you so much for that, because the thing is we are here. We are made with a divine purpose, and that goes higher than just our physical body. That's our whole spirit. God, we are part of God. We have a divine purpose, and we are here. We have to discover that divine purpose. So wallowing around in the Watchtower or taking on the identity of a victim or anything else is a distraction from our true divine purpose. Everybody, let's discover our true divine purpose, and let's get the show on the road. Let's get back to what we were supposed to be doing.
That's right. Yeah, that's right, Ron.
Let's just say that somebody's listening right now and they're saying this to us. You guys, I'm 80 years old. My life is done. I'm spent. I don't have money. I don't have any way out. I do not see how I can change now. It's just too late for me. What would you say? What would you say to them?
I give them the blue pill.
I would say, look, I'm heading to 80 myself, right? I would say that no matter what situation we're in, okay, regardless, that the first thing that we do not want to do is wallow in the distractions of our situation. We have to start looking within and resonating in tune and vibrating in tune with our true divine nature. Now that's a loaded comment. Okay, so the ways you do that are so many. So it doesn't matter if you're 80, if you're 10 years old. It doesn't matter your age. The thing is that we have to work on discovering our true divine nature. And there's more to life than just dying at 80 or dying at 100 or dying or whenever we die or when we die young. We're here for eternity. So the more we work on becoming conscious of our true divine nature now, the better head start we'll have the next time around. Okay?
Right.
Because we're here for the long haul. We're eternal. We're eternal beings. And I don't want to get into the whole subject of that right now, but so whether you're 80 or 10 or wherever you are, you're still eternal life living you, because when Jesus said, this means life eternal, to know God, to feel it. Life eternal is all the time. It's not some paradise in the future that you're going to go to. We're always life eternal because that's who we are.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know what I would say?
That's just a brief answer. I don't know.
Yeah, no, thank you, Ron. It's really good. But I just think what I would say is that I just remember a time when I thought I was done. I was spent. My life's over. There's nothing good left in it. It will never be the same. The whole entire thing. And I just know that crying out to God works. Because, you could just say, God, I don't know what I'm going to do to turn my life around. I have no idea how I would get myself out of this. I have no money to work with. I have nowhere I could go live. I do not see any hope. I don't see that there's a way out of this. But I'm telling you what, God will make a way if you just simply ask and keep on asking, because he did for me. And it wasn't that long after that I met Dan and my whole life turned around. I never, ever would have dreamed it. I thought it was going to be out on the street, literally. And I remember having my last Starbucks. I'll never have another Starbucks again. I'm going to be out on the street. And I'm telling you what, God had a big, huge plan for just crying out. And I couldn't see it for the life of me. But there was hope. And I'm going to tell you one other story too. There was this 80-year-old man, and he had been a crab butt, really bad, geezer kind of mean guy his whole life. And his whole family just hated his guts. His children, they couldn't stand him. And he realized, oh my gosh, I am really, really not a nice guy. And he just said, God, I don't want to be like this anymore. And please just help me. And then the Lord gave him an idea. Why don't you go in and invite your grandson and go plant a big row of these wonderful trees? So he did. He went and planted these trees. And anyway, his grandson loved it. And then he invited him to go fishing. And they had such a good, and he wasn't mean. He was really nice. And so the kid reported to his sons, their dad, that Grandpa was great. I had such a good time. So then all of a sudden, next thing you know, they're all going fishing together. And he grew the most wonderful, ripe, gorgeous, deeply sincere relationship with those boys beginning at age 80. And God let him live 20 years longer. And he had the best, most blessed 20 years you ever did see. And they loved him. They praised him. They adored him at his funeral. And those trees grew up and made this wonderful, beautiful line of trees that is a joy to everyone. And he really, really changed everything for everybody and healed his sons at age 80. So we could do this. We just need to ask God for the opportunities, the ideas, the creative ideas. And I don't know how, but I know that you do. Please help me, Lord. I don't know what to do. I don't even know where to start. But show me. And I believe that he will. He did me, and I believe he will you too. You're not any different than me. We're all the same. We're all just as important to God. We're all his kids.
Wow, Angela, that was beautiful. Hey, I love you guys. Everyone on here, I love you all. You're just, when we look into each other's eyes, we see God living us, and it's so beautiful just to look in other people's eyes and to know that we are divine life living us, and it's so beautiful just to look in each other's eyes and to bow down not to each other but to that one life living in us. Isn't that beautiful? Life is so beautiful. Good
It
night.
is beautiful, and we love you too, brother. And you know what? We outshine the witnesses because we act. The Bible says you'll know that you're God's people if you have love among yourselves.
Amen.
Do the witnesses have love among themselves? I mean, Rick's community here, he's brought a lot of people together. I was in complete isolation until meeting this community, you know, and it helps a lot of people.
You know, I was going to say that Ron that was just on, you know, he's had a lot of problems. He's had stage 4 cancer. You know, he's had a rough life. His kids abandoned him. He was a Bethelite. He's had all kinds of stuff happen to him. And I asked him one time, I said, Ron, why don't you come on and share? He goes, no, I'm going to share about who I am now. I want to talk about the light. I'm going to talk about all the possibilities. And I understand. And he tells me that. That's his reminder for me is he's like, Dan, don't get too much into it. Don't get too much into the story because that's not who you are. And he reminds me of that all the time. He said, no, you're made in God's image. You're good. You're light. You're beautiful. And I'm like, yeah, thank you. But he's had all the stuff that you could ever talk about in Bethel. He knows about all the drinking and knows all about everything.
Yeah.
He's had a rape, I mean, I won't go into it, but he's been through it all. And he said, no, Dan, this is where I'm going to be. Looks like we're canceling out.
All right.
But anyway, guys, thank you.
Yeah.
Rick.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Connie.
It's been a great show, and thank you, thank you, everybody, and thanks, Rick, for he's passed out. The poor guy, he's tired.
Oh, sleeping.
But thank you, everyone in the comment sections. It was you had great comments, and they sent a lot of love to all of us. I appreciate you all.
It was awesome. They were good. I loved all the comments.
Desiree was saying we could do a part B.
Yeah, the next one's going to be called Pot. No,
there you go.
Pot. It's got to be a trip to be in the hall right now with the elders and dealing with marijuana and legal marijuana. And oh my God, I wouldn't want
beards. Everything's changed all of a sudden.
Oh my God. You imagine the trauma from those timers that had such a nice system, tight system, and now it's a free for all. I can't imagine what it would be like to be in there.
Anyway, we love you all. You guys
Thank you guys so much. You did such a good show.
Thank you.
Thank you, Desiree. I love you, hon.
Thank you. You're so
Thank
sweet.
you.
All right.
Love you guys, every single one of you. I love you all.
Oh,
all right. We love you
Desiree.
too. We love you, Desiree.
Come on. We want to see your face someday. Mwah.
It might be a ghost. We don't know it. It might be a ghost.
She's shy. Anne Marie doesn't show her face either.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Okay. All right. Love you guys. Good
All
night.
right. Love everyone. Take care. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
I think he's right. Rick's sleeping in the chair. Bless him.
Good night, Rick.
Good night, Rick.
Good night, Rick.
Sleep good. Good night.
Thank you, Rick, for everything. Great show. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for tuning in.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Connie.
Last one, David. Yeah,
Dan and Angela.
Turn out the new light. Good night, everybody.
I got to turn off my alcohol banner behind me. It's really great.
There you go.
Hey, Dan and Angela, thanks for y'all's channel, by the way. I've been watching your YouTube videos.
Oh, thank
Okay,
you. We
good.
haven't done one for a while, but we'll get on it
Yeah,
again.
thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Donald from Beaumont, Texas. That's where I'm from.
Yeah, okay.
All
Thank you,
right.
Donald.
Nice meeting you, Donald.
Thank you for that encouragement.
Thank you. Yeah, it encourages us to keep going,
Yeah, that's right.
But great show tonight. Thank you guys for calling in.
I
It
want
means a
to
lot.
see it. Yeah, I want to see the Watchtower shut down. Is what I want.
Amen, Donald. Amen.
Us too, man. It's done enough damage. It's done enough mental and emotional damage to everybody, and even this alcohol. It's.
But you know what? It already is falling down right away. Really, if you think about it.
Yeah. No, it is.
Yeah,
You're
it
right.
is.
It's happening.
Yes, it
Yay.
is.
Get out of the way. The tower is collapsing.
Yes. Yay.
Yeah, it is. Well, thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Rick.
Thank you, Rick. God
That's
bless
one
you.
tower I wish an airplane would crash into.
All right. Good night, Rick. Thank you so much.
Well,
Good night, everybody.
Marie, thank you all those listening.
Can't hear you, Rick. Can't hear you.
Okay, thank you very much for calling in. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Rick. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Peace out.